We'll call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone. Great turnout we have today. So glad you're all here. We'll open and ask Mr. Jesse to lead us in prayer, please.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear Lord, let's have a special prayer for the Damn Pope who's gone for many years. Great job. Keep their family in prayer. Dear Lord, let's pray for this country, the elections, and also pray for Middlesex County. We can do so that we can do wise and just decisions in Middlesex County. These and all the blessings in the name. Amen.
Thank you. You lead us in the pledge.
Would all citizens of our nation rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America, Republic, to which stands for which is one nation, one God, indivisible, indivisible, and justice for all.
Thank you.
We'll have roll call, please. Betty?
Mr. Coons? Mr. Coons?
Here.
Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris?
I am present.
Williams?
He said he'll be about 30 minutes late.
Mr. Jesse? And Mr. Kim?
Here.
And Mr. Kimbrough?
Here. Thank you. All right, moving right along. Are there any changes to the agenda? There are four changes to the agenda. No, we have any changes to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe it to be appropriate to have a closed session, and it is likely that you have to take action after the closed session, so I don't know if you wish to keep your public comment before or after. But it will be regarding the acquisition of public property and consultation with legal counsel about that.
Okay, so we'll add a closed session at the end, and we will probably have that after the second public comment.
That would be fine.
Any other changes to the agenda? I'll entertain a motion that we approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Jesse. Roll call, please, Betty.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams is absent. Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
And Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Thank you. Next, we have a review of the minutes, and I did have one modification I think is appropriate on the minutes. In the packet on page 16, the school board joint meeting where it says Mr. Harris received clarification on auditorium sizes, and if the temporary classrooms were included in the project cost, the response was yes, 30% of the total project cost, which implies that the temporary classrooms cost 30% of the entire project, and I believe that's inaccurate. I think it's all of the contingencies, and the temporary classrooms are one component of that. So I didn't want us to misunderstand that temporary classrooms were going to cost 30% of the entire project. With that modification, are there any other modifications? We'll ask for approval as modified, please.
Motion to approve the minutes with the additions that the chairman has made.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Kuntz. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Betty.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Did you want to go ahead and do disbursements and payroll together?
Yes, please. I will, we didn't do the entire consent agenda because we had the modifications. I'll entertain a motion to approve disbursements and payroll.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Kuntz. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. And now we have a distinct honor. Wayne, will you join me? Yes. I think we should.
Wayne, I don't think that was. Yes.
There we go.
All right. Betty Muncy, could we have you at this time? We have a presentation for Betty Muncy. Come on up here. All right. This is presented to Betty S. Muncy in recognition of and appreciation for 36 years of loyal and dedicated service to the citizens of Middlesex County. The board offers thanks and gratitude to many contributions made by Ms. Muncy on behalf of the Middlesex County during her tenure. Ms. Muncy completed her distinguished career with Middlesex County as Assistant County Administrator, given by the Middlesex County Board of Supervisors present this first day of November 2022. And Betty, I would just like to say, you know, we've been working together a long time, and you know, you were on it with my father, so you know, it's like family, and I just want to say congratulations.
Don't go anywhere, Betty. After your great service, we can't let you get away with just one recognition. I have a resolution from the Middlesex County Board of Supervisors. Whereas Betty Muncy began her employment on July 14, 1986, and whereas Ms. Muncy faithfully served in multiple positions within the county for more than 36 years, completing her distinguished career as Assistant County Administrator, and whereas Mrs. Muncy always strived to serve the citizens of the county, solving problems and issues reasonably, fairly, and courteously, thus proving her dedication to the community, its citizens, and her employer. And whereas Mrs. Muncy has done her best to promote good relationships between employees and encouraged employees to foster good relationships with citizens, and she interacted respectfully with her coworkers and the citizens. And whereas her unwavering loyalty to Middlesex County and its citizens is one of the many qualities that made her such an excellent and remarkable county employee. Now therefore be it further resolved that the Middlesex County Board of Supervisors expresses our sincere thanks, appreciation, and gratitude to Betty for her dedication and years of exemplary public service to the citizens of Middlesex County. Thank you. And we also have some guests visiting.
Thank you very much. Betty, don't go anywhere. We've been working together for like 7 years trying to get a water system built. A lot of heated, sometimes emotional discussions. Through it all, there has been one voice of reason that was always calm through the storm. And the folks over, you know, the rest of us weren't always that way, but you were the calm voice that really were the rudder in the ship. I told my wife that I might be speaking today, and she told me what I was going to say, or asked me what I was going to say, sorry. Same thing. And I said, I don't know. But she said, but that's what you always say. You always, when people ask you for advice on, or help on the water system, they ask me questions. And the thing I say more often than anything else is, I don't know, ask Betty. So you will be sorely missed as we pull this project to a close. We've put over 40 miles of pipe in the ground, built 2 large water towers and 2 pumping stations. And one other thing we built was a road, okay? And that road forever and ever will be known as Betty Muncie Lane.
You don't have to put it in,
Yeah.
we'll put it in.
Betty once put in a road for Habitat for me, and I don't know how to get that installed, but she does. So,
Thank you so much. Goodness. Can I say just a little bit? I had to write this down. Obviously, you know, if you haven't guessed by now, I'm a crier. I cry at sad things, at very happy things. I can cry, you know, at a commercial. I cried, you know, just seeing my girls here. I want to thank you all, everyone, for this, for your kind words, and for all these wonderful tributes. This has been an amazing place. Phew. To have lived and worked for these 36-plus years. And I say lived because this has been my home away from home all these years. And the people that I've worked with have been my family. I will treasure the opportunities that I've had, the things that I've learned, and the people that I've met. I will greatly miss my work family. But I hope that I've set a good example for others and have made my family proud. Thank you all again. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you indulge me for a few minutes? Thank you. Betty?
I didn't say that you were my first boss.
Well, I want to say for the record, and certainly Barnard Farms recognized your ability more than 37 years ago. It was a great pleasure to work with you there. It has been wonderful to see the progression of your career over the years. And with me entering the Board of Supervisors, everybody in the county has been very good in answering all the questions that I have, but you were my go-to person here for a short period of time, and you will be sorely missed. Thank you for your service.
All right. I will now open the meeting for public comments. Anne Marie, do we have anyone?
I have 4 public speaker
Okay.
cards. Random order. First up is Dawn Moore of Urbana.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Moore. I live in Urbana. And thank you, Miss Betty, because I call you too. I went through the board packet because I cannot make the meetings usually. And as I'm reading through the board packet, and I get down to the airport, And I read the public comment, and the gentleman stated, I thought the property was donated. I know 8 acres was donated, but I almost hit the floor when I seen this board approve $300,000 for 6.6 acres. $45,454.45 for 1 acre of property, and you could not give the school the $23,000 they needed for their budget? I am so upset with all of you because the board makes a decision as one. I find it unbelievable. The property has no value. It's in between the airport and the donated acreage, so it's dead property anyway. But as I stated before, you need to think about where you came from. With no education, you would not be sitting in your seats today. With no education, you will not go nowhere. And we have a school who relies on you, the board, to oversee their money. Why? Because nobody's overseeing you but us. And it seems like no matter what us say, you do what you want to do anyway. I feel you need to look at your budget. You need to start thinking now for next year, and I really hope I don't have to speak upon this board cutting the school any more money. My child is a product of Middlesex County Public Schools. I cannot afford to put her in private school, even though I can get a grant to take her to private school. I chose to go to Middlesex County Public Schools. And the school knows when I have a problem, I stand before them the same way. And I do the same thing. But I also tell them when they're doing a good job. I am very upset that you gave $45,454.54 for 1 acre of property. And my child's education is not worth that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
My second public speaker is Jerry Waring of Saluda District.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Waring, and I live in Saluda District. My comments this afternoon concern the high school renovation proposals and discussion. I have read the options and respectfully ask that you and the school board be mindful of the cost of these options. Please ask yourself this question: what is the most pressing issue in renovating the high school? Number one, is it to have a larger auditorium? Number two, is it to right-size classrooms? Or is it number three, is it to make us, quote, more progressive, quote, in school design? And may I ask at this time if the asbestos was ever removed from a specific area of the high school, which, as I understand, rendered the space useless? If that was not removed, shouldn't that be a priority so that this space can once again be functional? It is my opinion that the high school should remain grades 9 through 12. And please, leave the tennis courts where they are. We all want our students to have a fully functional and safe high school, but we don't need the numerous bells and whistles put forth in some of the options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waring.
Thank you. Thank you. The next public speaker is Brian Miller.
May he yield his time to me?
Brian Miller will yield his time to, is that legit, to Deborah Miller? Deborah Miller?
Yes. Good afternoon, board and staff. I hope you will indulge me a little this afternoon. I normally speak directly from the heart. Today I had some facts and figures that I wanted to include in my remarks, and so I'm going to read from something that I've already prepared. And I want to preface my remarks by saying that the sources for my information are Board of Supervisors agendas and minutes, Middlesex Water Authority minutes, the 22-23 budget, the CIP, the year-end audit of June 21, the Southside Sentinel, and the property records of Middlesex. In the last 3 years, I've attended in person most of the Board of Supervisors meeting. When unable to attend in person, I've either watched the meetings live or watched the recording meetings later on YouTube. I want to state for the record that I have no agenda other than as a concerned citizen and business owner of Middlesex. The first time that I spoke before you, I requested there be more transparency and information provided for the citizens of Middlesex. In the August Board of Supervisors meeting, during a discussion about the Sheriff's Office, Supervisor Kuntz, quote, asked for a document that the board can refer to on project cost without having to rely on a monthly presentation. He stated when projects have multiple phases and are similar but also uniquely different, it is beneficial to have a financial roadmap to see changes throughout the project's life, unquote. Perhaps the board received this document and now can see the big picture, but those of us footing the bill are not privy to that information. There are a multitude of infrastructure projects ongoing and are planned that are high-ticket items. What I have observed is that the board is often put in the position of voting for new projects or especially parts of projects without the financing being in place. We have an example in today's agenda. Last month, the board voted to authorize a contract to begin construction of the Cook's Corner pump station for $4.6 million. That work has already begun, according to the department reports in today's agenda. I was surprised to read the proposed loan resolution for this phase of the sewer project, as the loan agreement with VRA requires 75% collateral for the loan. And it appears that the historic courthouse, the administration building that houses most of the critical departments of our government, and the KID property at Cook's Corner are to be used as collateral for this loan. In the CIP for 22 to 26, the sewer project was listed at a cost of $25 million, with Cook's Corner listed at $2.2 million, or 9% of the overall project. The board has already agreed to a price increase of 207% for Cook's Corner. If we extrapolate that figure for the combined sewer project as listed in the CIP, we will be looking at a minimal cost of $52 million. If the same formula is used to pay for the sewer, the county will need $35.5 million in other collateral. I've reviewed the property records for Middlesex. The county owns property and buildings that total $43.3 million. This includes all county offices, schools, libraries, museums, the airport, and the sports complex. When the properties that are being collateralized for Cook's Corner are removed, the remaining property values are $40.1 million. I suspect that the majority of these properties are not free of debt and cannot be used for future collateral. What is the plan to pay for the remaining sewer sub-projects, the new sheriff's office, and the urgent need for expansion and improvements at the high school? According to the 22-23 budget, the county has an annual debt service of $1.4 million. Schools have an annual debt of $1.1 million, and separately, the Middlesex Water Authority has an annual debt service of $250,000, which will soon be closer to $737,000 as the terms will change from interest only to principal and interest. Per the last audit, the county has long-term debt of $18.6 million, the schools $18.5 million, and the Middlesex Water Authority of $10.2 million. Since that audit in June of '21, there is additional debt and significant proposed debt, including the additional Water Authority debt, the Sheriff's Office, the balance of the sewer project, and the high school improvement. It appears that the debt could easily grow from the $47 million to potentially $146 million. In February of 2020, a citizen appeared before the board, and he stated that there were proposals being considered that would raise the county's debt from $22 million to over $100 million. He stated that the county's debt was $22.5 million, which translated to an average cost of $9,500 for a Middlesex County family of 4. If the debt does grow to $146 million, that family average will rise to $63,333. We will be looking at substantial tax increases for Middlesex citizens at a time when inflation is drastically reducing household funds. At the same meeting, 2 supervisors stated their reservations about substantially increasing the county's debt, including not favoring adding debt in excess of $100 million. And yet here we are. When agenda item 5D, funding options and resolutions, is presented today, I would like to hear a more detailed discussion on the plan to collectively fund all the ongoing and proposed infrastructure projects. The taxpayers of this county will be footing the bill and deserve a clear picture of the financial obligations that are planned. Ideally, Mr. Kuntz's request would be honored, and that will enable you as a board to make informed decisions that impact the citizens of Middlesex County. Thank you for your time, and I also would like to add a citizen's remark to Mrs. Muncy. It has been a joy working with you on the occasions that I have, and the citizens of Middlesex will sorely miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
I have no other public speakers listed.
We don't have anybody else who has turned in a request to speak, but we're happy if anyone else would like to address the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board, for allowing me to speak. My name is Meriwether Putney, Jr. I live in Urbana, 36 Meadow Lane. I'm here real briefly. I'm not going to echo what Ms. Miller had said. I agree with 100%. My father was a wise man, not a real rich man, but a wise man, and he always told me, son, don't put the cart before the horse. And this project at Cook's Corner, I know you're going to vote on that today, and as Ms. Miller said, it's going to put 100% of taxpayers' property in jeopardy to satisfy 20% of the community. I don't think that's right. I don't think we should be going down that type of rabbit hole to be jeopardizing the assets that we do have. Understand there's been said that there's a $4 million budget set aside somewhere to cover this type of expense. Don't know why we're not really using that, but to mortgage, or for a better word, hock county property, I think is wrong, and I think it's a bad deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Putney. Anyone else care to address the board? I will close the public comment section and move to constitutional officers. The treasurer's report, pages 39 through 44, is report only. Move to the Commissioner of Revenue report. And there was also, I believe the board members all got an additional handout covering the B-poll and the meals tax. That's pages, it wasn't in the packet, that's why we got the handout. Gotcha. So summary on the B-poll accounts. The number of accounts in 2020 was 704 businesses, 2021, 727 businesses, 2022, 735 businesses. Glad to see that growth. B-poll tax billed in each of those years was 340, rounded 348,000, 330,000, and 400,000, so a significant rebound. Now that COVID is behind us in the business tax. Meals taxes for those 3 years rounded $270,000 in 2020, $347,000 in 2021, $336,000 in 2022. Slight decline from last year. As many of you know, several restaurants closed this year, and the transient occupancy tax, $103,000 in 2020, $213,000 in 2021, $179,000 in 2022 through September, a slight decline from prior year. Any questions or comments about the report?
Yeah, just on the transient occupancy, I would love to hear from the Commissioner of Revenue at some point, either via email or otherwise. That trend, we doubled from 2020 to 2021 as we were just bringing in the transient occupancy tax, and I think we upped how much we were collecting. Is that part of why it doubled? But then for it to tail off, I think we can certainly suggest COVID. But I'd like to hear if there's anything else that the Commissioner of Revenue attributes that to, because that's a significant drop-off, in my opinion.
Okay, we'll request a follow-up from her. Thank you. Next, agency and staff reports, VDOT, pages 45 through 46. Any comment, question regarding the VDOT report?
It says in there, and Don, maybe you know the answer to this, it says that the shoulder project at the schools has already been done. Is that the case?
That's correct. I was hoping Lee would be in here today, that I could personally, publicly thank him for his attention to quite a few projects that they were doing. That was one of them, and yes, that has been completed, and it looks really, really good.
And just to wrap that up, I think where we started that project was seeing what VDOT could do, or if they could contribute anything. But I think the original thought was that we have a safety issue in that throat that comes into the parking area down below for the soccer field. And the concern for me remains that we may need to do something to have additional parking so that there aren't families, children, parents walking along an area that's high traffic. So I don't know where we go from here, but I also am appreciative that VDOT did that much for us.
Well, what we could move on and move on quickly happened, and that was a big improvement. The next step, however, because the complex does not own the property that would be under consideration of additional parking, that's going to necessitate a discussion between perhaps you and me and the school board to see what's viable there, because there is some, all the drainage for the complex goes on the left side, which would be between the complex and the middle school. So where we had initially thought that we might be able to add some parking may be a challenge. But that's some discussion that going forward we certainly should talk about.
Okay, moving along. Next is School Matters, Budget Supplement Request 2023. And we've got Dr. Seitz. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We have 3 budget supplement requests. Starting on page 47, I'll go through all 3 of them. Certainly stop me as I go through if you have questions, or I can answer all questions at the end. The first one, 2023-16, is actually a reversal. We had it appropriated in July, but we had already included it in our budget for this year, and so we're asking for that to be a reversal. The next one, which is 2023-17, you'll see this is the time of year that we're truing up our federal funds and awards there for the true numbers for FY23, because back in the spring, it's just a forecast of what those amounts are. And then the third one.
Could I ask a question on number 2, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's nice to see both of you ladies here today. just for my benefit, I'm not sure I understand several things here, acronyms, and I'm learning. I have a library of probably about 100. But anyway, would you just briefly tell me what the Perkins salaries and wages and Perkins purchased services? I'm not familiar with Perkins, and I'm not familiar with IDEA. If you would just speak to both of those quickly.
I sure can. IDEA is the federal program for our special education programs. And so which is a federally funded program.
Okay.
Is that enough for IDEA?
That's enough.
Individuals with Disabilities Education Act is what it stands for. Lots of acronyms in education.
Cool.
CTE is Career and Technical Education. And so that addresses both high school and middle school vocational.
That's a federal grant as well.
That's federal grant as well.
Good. And the Perkins?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yep, yes,
Yeah, it's a CTE grant.
Wonderful.
yes.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Yeah, and there's lots of acronyms and title numbers in there also. And then the third one, 2023-18, you'll see the miscellaneous revenue. That was actually, we were able to sell some lawn maintenance equipment on Gov Deals. And then the vision screening grant, that is to support, we're required to offer vision screenings for kindergarten, third grade, seventh grade, and 10th grade, which our nurses can do. But we received some grants to have some other, actually more technical and better screenings that we're able to provide. That's at no cost to us, but provides more information to parents if children are identified as needing to have a follow-up with an eye doctor. And so those are all three of our requests. Happy to answer any other questions.
I have one other question. Has the school system found it difficult under budget concerns from the county to operate?
My answer is no. I think that we've been able to, so I can only speak on this past year that I was the superintendent and the budget that I prepared for our school board, which was approved, and then what was presented to the Board of Supervisors. We did ask for a significant increase, and that was to support wage increases for all of our employees. We added a couple of positions, and I forget all of the details in that. It was not fully funded, and I think it was about, if I remember correctly, like $69,803 maybe is where there was a difference there. However, I did come back to you a few months later and ask you to support the JRTC program at a total ask there was $45,000, and you all unanimously supported that. So I do feel that the support that we got going into the last budget season, I felt like, now it was a conservative, I will say it was a conservative ask on our end, even though it was a significant ask, it was still conservative in what we asked for. But I do feel like you were able to meet that need of what our ask was. If I've made any sense and not starting to ramble now, because I feel like I'm starting to ramble a little bit.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up because and I can't speak to anything other than since I've been here, the relationship between the school system and the county, to me, has been very positive, and what we're trying to do to enhance the educational value of students in Middlesex County. And I can't recall really a time that you guys have come in front of us that we didn't try to accommodate what we could accommodate. So just wanted to make sure we were clear on that, and thank you, ladies.
You're welcome.
So you're looking for some action from us, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That actually made something unclear to me, if I could take a minute.
Sure.
So you said you had a conservative request this year, is that right?
I think the past year. I think when I come to, of course, I've only gone through one budget season, but I certainly didn't come to you asking for everything on a great wish list. It was so when I say conservative, it was matching what the state had in their biennial budget for teacher salary raises. We were able to do a little bit of that on the front end, and we'll hopefully, we have to finish that up on the other end. I mean, I could have come at you and asked for lots and lots more in order to expand programs, to add more teaching staff and things like that. So that's what I meant by conservative. I felt like asking for what we did, which I think was $700,000 increase, I think. I'm looking at Matt to see if he can give me some of that. I mean, that's what we asked for, was about a $700,000 increase for for this current budget, FY23. And you all supported that, except for, like I said, I think it was 69,803. Don't quote me on that number, though, and I know Karen doesn't spitball, but.
So I guess what confused me is I was under the impression from the previous superintendents, and I think from you as well, that the state mandates it's a needs-based budget.
Correct.
So there's really no opportunity for conservative, or what's the opposite of conservative? I'll let anybody go ahead and define that for me. It's needs-based.
Correct.
Is that not the case?
That is 100% the case.
So it's just straight up what you need, and then maybe we could present this year, hey, this is what we need, but here are all the things we never ask for.
Correct.
And that wouldn't be conservative or progressive. That would just be, hey, here's the difference between what the state tells us we can ask for based on our need. No conservatism, no progressivism, just a needs-based budget. And we either hit it or we don't. And in the last 10 years, we don't hit it very often. Most of the time, we don't hit your needs. There's no conservative, there's no progressive, there's nothing there. That's just a fact.
I think we could probably all have a different opinion of what the needs are, probably more to your point on what.
That becomes an interesting discussion, doesn't it?
That's exactly right.
It's almost like we should have 5 of us up here discussing it, shouldn't we?
That's exactly right. And that's probably where I pulled the conservative piece of it from, is we have been funded for the things that we felt were the most basic of needs.
And we almost always don't give you all of that.
I do have to say you did not give me 100%.
It's just making sure I understand what people call conservative.
Right.
Thank you very much for when you come to us for what your ask is, that you consider not only what the county's doing, but how realistic that ask may be. So, and that's kind of where we've been over the last 12 months. You had COVID, you had inflation, a variety of things, capital projects with the county going on. So I, as a supervisor, really appreciate the fact, and trust me, I've told several departments that come to us with what you really need, talk to us about what you'd like to have, but don't come to us with something that we, in looking at what the dollars and cents are, may or may not be realistic for us to do. So thank you for considering that when you do come before us for what you need. So with that, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve FY 2023-16, FY 2023-17, and FY 2023-18.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Kuntz. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
And Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Matt, do you have an introduction to?
I do, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of a rarity. I don't think they allow more than 2 county administrators be in the same room together at one time. Do they, Percy? Several months ago, the board may be aware that we came with an update that King William County had asked for some of our social services staff to help them through a pretty rough patch. And Mr. Percy Ashcroft, the King William County Administrator, is here tonight to present a resolution. Percy, would you care to come forward? By the way, welcome to Middlesex. We don't require visas from King William, only Lancaster County.
Excuse me. Thank you, Matt, for that eloquent introduction.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam County Attorney, and certainly ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the Board of Supervisors in King William County. It's a privilege to be here because of the nature of why I'm here. You know, it's not very often that in the case of government where you have that dialogue between counties and county agencies that reached the level that it did between us and you over the last several months. And if I could give you just a brief bit of history as to what got us here, I was appointed the county administrator in King William back in December, almost a year. 4 months later, the social services director left. And she didn't leave with any notice. She just decided that she'd had enough and she left. So that inherited a problem immediately. We were already down staff-wise at least 3 people. And shortly thereafter, we lost at least 4 more. So you know how detailed and how complicated the world of social services can be. We're there to help, we're there to serve. And if you don't have the bodies and you don't have the people that can deal in very critical circumstances, then you're going to flounder. And many of our cases were cases that were very difficult on the family side. They had found their way into the courtroom. They had found their way into problems, both domestic and legal, and who gets caught up in those kind of things are the kids themselves. So we needed help. And we, in my capacity as being new in that area, I didn't know all the players. Matt and I had a chance to get to know each other a little bit at the PDC meetings and other places. And I talked to some colleagues I knew, and Rebecca Morgan's name kept coming up. And even though we aren't connected as a county, 2 counties, I consider us neighbors. I consider us having common denominators in many, many things. And I've heard some of that this evening, or this afternoon. So I gave Rebecca a call, asked if it was all right for her to ask Matt if I could talk to her. Matt certainly agreed. And I said, Rebecca, how can you help me? Anything you can give me, any kind of time, any kind of effort, just so we don't make this situation worse until we can hire a new director. And I think everyone knows that that is a position, the director, that is not someone that you can find just by putting a help wanted ad in the newspaper. It's a very difficult position to fill these days. It takes a certain level of certification, but more importantly, it takes a certain level of personality for a person to be a director. And the state complicates it. I'll say here today, the state could do better when it comes to filling vacancies, but they have a procedure and we had to follow it. It took me 5 months to fill that position. So I had to step in and be the interim for those 5 months. But Rebecca was the one who agreed to analyze our cases in the area of family where we had the most need. And she navigated those chartered and really hostile waters at times and brought credibility back to our agency. And I've been in government, ladies and gentlemen, since 1978. I've been in this position as county administrator for almost 27 years. I've never seen an act of kindness like that among just cold call, a cry for help, and somebody reached down and was willing to do that. So today, as a follow-up to the Board of Supervisors' actions on the 24th of October, I'm here to present to you as a board, but more importantly, to the Social Services Department, Rebecca, and two particularly of her employees, Mariah Elkins and Aaron Laster. And I don't know, are they with us today?
They're behind you.
Are they?
They're sneaking up behind you, Percy.
Ladies, would you come up here, please? And Matt, if you would too. If you do, I'm sorry. You need to stretch your legs. I know how these meetings can be.
I just want to state for the record, you're still on the hook for that steak dinner.
And he did say that. That was going to be my close, but you're right. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could read, it's not a long one, but it's an important one.
Please.
A resolution 2290, a resolution of appreciation for Middlesex County Department of Social Services. Whereas the King William County Department of Social Services faced staffing challenges in July of 2022 in the Family Services Division. And whereas the Middlesex County Board of Supervisors and County Administrator provided invaluable assistance to the King William County Board of Supervisors and the Department of Social Services by allowing the Middlesex Department of Social Services to provide services to King William County citizens and staff. And whereas the Director of Middlesex Department of Social Services, Ms. Rebecca Morgan, provided case administration and review, while Ms. Mariah Elkins, and Ms. Erin Laster provided service as a family services supervisor and the family services specialist too. And these services provided to King William County were in addition to their normal duties. I want to emphasize that, to their normal duties here in Middlesex. So now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of King William County, Virginia expresses their deep gratitude and appreciation to Middlesex County Department of Social Services for aiding King William County Department of Social Services during our time of need. This was done this 24th day of October, the year 2022. It was a unanimous vote by our 5 members of the board, and it's attested by the chairman of the board, Mr. Ed Moran, and myself as county administrator. Ladies, I know Rebecca's at a conference, and so I picked this time to come. But I just want to thank you because I know that your interaction with our staff just made them feel good in a time where we were looking anything to feel good. And Matt, I know it might have complicated the day-to-day here a little bit, but I hope it wasn't too bad. But more importantly, I'm just glad we were able to do something together that served people.
Well, we
and that's what we're in the
appreciate
business
you,
for.
and we appreciate you just taking them out of the county for a while. You're here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies, I'll let you have that. And here's some plastic to put it in. Thank you, Matt. Have a good meeting, Joe. Thank you very much. Ms. Munson, congratulations.
We are so fortunate to have so many who give so much. All right, next on the agenda, Davenport has some funding options, and Matt, are you going to make an introduction?
I want to introduce Ted Cole with Davenport and Associates. I think he's going to walk us through, along with Dan Siegel, our bond counsel with Sands Anderson. They're going to walk us through the adoption resolution and our funding options for the board today. And we can attempt to answer some of the questions that were brought up during public comment, either under this report or are in mind later on in the meeting.
All right. Well, good afternoon. I'm Ted Cole with Davenport, Dan Siegel with Sands Anderson. Do they have the hard copy of this memo?
They have it in their packet. I can scroll down.
I've got copies if anybody needs a hard copy, just in case. So as that's coming around, it's a pleasure to be here. Davenport has worked with the county for a number of years, primarily regarding capital projects, capital planning, and financing. And That's what this presentation and discussion is about today. It's related to funding, long-term funding through one of the state programs, another acronym, SRF funding, revolving fund loans that are below market interest rate loans that are administered by another state agency called the Virginia Resources Authority, or VRA. They help administer loans for this program and have for a number of years. There is a resolution for you all to consider this afternoon after I speak, and there's questions if you have them, and Dan can talk specifically about the resolution. But we've provided in this memo a little bit of an overview of this funding program. In the appendix of this memo is a formal offer letter that commits to the funding for this Cook's Corner utility project. As I said, below market interest rates, I'll talk a little bit about that. Terms that go out to 30 years, these are all on a fixed rate basis. There's not variable rate debt. Rates aren't going to change. There's no balloon indebtedness. It's level payments that are fixed. Ultimately, we will want some guidance from you all today as to whether you would want to amortize this loan if you want to move forward, whether you want to amortize it over 20, 25, or 30 years. And you can see up on the screen, and it's actually on the memo, top of page 2, for loans that are closing in November, which if you all take action today, we can close in November. The 20-year rate would be 2.5%, the 25-year rate would be at 2.95%, and the 30-year rate would be at 3.3%. If we can't close in November and it for some reason has to slide to December, the rate goes through a rate reset process and there'll be a new rate. Could be higher, could be lower. So closing in November, those are the rates. We've got a table at the bottom half of page 2 that give you a little bit of the details surrounding those three options. And in all cases, what the VRA and what the Clean Water Revolving Loan folks have approved is a loan in a not to exceed amount of $4,614,369. We will have some cost of issuance for our work, for Sands Anderson's work. That will be paid away from the loan. In other words, it's not anticipated to be rolled into the loan. And you can see the interest rates on line 6. Based on those interest rates, lines 9 through 11 are the key takeaways of what the debt service would look like for this loan. And again, we'll be looking for some guidance over the term. So our first payment, which does not occur until following project completion, and we're basing that on estimates from the engineers and from HRSD as to when the project will be completed. Debt service payments start following completion of the project. And you've got a less than full amount in that first payment. It's somewhere between $100,000 and $133,000 based on the three interest rates. But then you can see the level annual payments. The 20 years is about $295,000 per year following year 1. 25 years, $262,000. 30 years, $248,000. So just like a mortgage, the longer the term, the rate is higher, but the annual payment is lower because you're spreading it out over a longer term. And then the total payback, which is principal plus interest, tracks along on line 11. So it's a pretty straightforward structure of debt that hopefully makes some sense in terms of how the amortization occurs. These are mortgage-style payments, so they're level every year. And then for perspective, lines 13 through 17, we did the same analysis, but we added 50 basis points or 0.5% to the rate, just in the event that if something were to get delayed and if rates were to move higher, what does 50 basis points or 0.5% mean to the loan payment levels? And then in the very bottom, we're giving you perspective on what the market rates are as of putting this memo together. So on the 20-year non-subsidized rate going through the Virginia Resources Authority, we're a little over 4%. So again, this is at a 2.5% rate. It's a below market rate. 25 years around a 4.25%. this commitment's for a 295 rate, and then 30 years would be around a 440. So we have certainly seen rates rising over the last several months. A lot of volatility in the market, but all things being equal, this would provide below market rates for the project. So,
sir, I don't want to cut you off. I got a question.
Sure.
I see the first payment you got to do 3/1/24. I'm looking at $100,000. $100,939. What happened if we put more money down there? How much savings would that be? Because I notice all of them being kind of like deferred, and y'all telling us what amount it is. So I'm seeing up front, how would that change the total numbers on here? If that $100,000, so we decide to go with, we go over to 33, that's $33,000 more money. My question is, if we put more money up front, how much savings is that going to give us over the loan? And would that lock in anything if we decided to do something like that?
Yeah, so I think, let me just make sure I'm following. If you wanted to put cash towards the project and borrow less money, is that the scenario?
Basically, yes.
Yeah, so if you had reserves somewhere, you had dollars you could free up, and you wanted to put cash towards the project, which would allow you to borrow less, the payments would be less. I realize that's an obvious statement. It's just a question of how much cash do you put in, and how does the annual payment change?
I think that if you put it up front a little bit, these numbers are, far-fetched to me anyway. And if you put more up front, I've seen, basically we got a deferred payment here. That's all we got. So, and looking at that, if we even put 133, if we go with the 30-year loan, if we put that on a 20-year loan, where would that put us at? I'm just looking at what you got here. Because you know as well as I do, the more you put up front, it's going to be a greater savings over the whole loan. You see, right now we are looking at 6,200,000 versus 7.8, and we got to make a choice based on longevity. So someone's going to look at it and say the payment, if someone's set up your name, is going to say the payment is less. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at my total cost down the road. How can we move stuff around and give me the best price? And to be honest with you, these numbers are just numbers because you all put them in there, right? Basically.
Well, we put them in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. We didn't have an opportunity to play with them numbers. That was negotiated, based on what you do. Y'all in the profit business. You got to make. Well, it's a circle. Don't kid ourselves, but the circle, okay? What I'm saying is we want in it to look at, even to save money, if we want to save money versus what we have to do. Now, you gave us numbers today, and I got it. I got your numbers, back in coming to the 70s, deferred payment, like if you was buying a house, buying a mortgage person come to you, say, hey, you ain't got to make no payments to 3 months or 3 years. Then, not having the money, if you can't afford to do it at the end of the day, then if you can't afford to do it, you may decide to do it anyway, but that's another question I'm going to ask later on. Maybe, the numbers just looking at it. I'm just looking at the numbers. And right now, what I see is 62, that we got to make our mind of today because you said something about we got to lock it in so we can get it through. We know with a down payment today or tomorrow, this week, we could lock it in at 2.5.
2.5 is a rate that's good through the end of November. Yes, sir.
And while I'm thinking, but you said got to pay y'all for a rollover. What is that? In other words, you're not going to get paid in the loan. You can get paid on the side.
That's correct. There are costs. We've estimated those between $70,000 and $75,000.
That's right. Good. Okay, that's all I got for right now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no. There's a final slide here that gives a proposed timetable.
If I may, before we leave, just want to clarify a couple of things here. If we wanted to pay off early, is there any prepayment penalty? If
No
interest
penalty.
rates were to go back down where they were before and we wanted to refinance, is that viable for us to do?
It is.
And
That's a great question, Chairman, because this is so unusual. You're getting, in this case, it's not our money. This is VRA and the revolving loan fund. But because you've gotten that fixed rate, you can extend it as long as you'd like. But then if you decide you have lots of cash and you'd rather pay it down, you can, exactly what you say. And not normally in the pool loans, you have a 10-year period where you can't do that. This is in a separate transaction, the revolving loan fund, so you have that flexibility.
So we have
that's a
full
really good
flexibility
point.
for prepayment if we want to make larger payments so that we
Correct.
save interest costs at the end.
Right.
We can do that at our discretion unilaterally, anytime we want.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
just to piggyback a minute, and there's no restrictions for, let's say the interest rate drops, I don't know, 5 points. Would we have are there any restrictions for us to refinance that total amount of that loan?
No.
That's a
No,
pretty unusual.
if you look at the bottom bullet of page 1, may prepay the loan at any time in whole or in part without penalty, 10 days notice. So you could pay it off with cash, some or all, right? You pay half of it off with cash, all of it off with cash. You could refund it through another loan if there's an ability to get another loan at a lower rate. Or you could make more payments on your annual schedule and kind of accelerate the payback period if you chose to.
I have another question. The property that is going to use to collateralize this, if it goes through, how is that chosen?
It was chosen by looking at the assets of the county and of the schools, using the property report from your insurer, knowing that we had
Value.
the insured value, yeah, knowing that we had to hit a certain minimum threshold of value of the sum of the collateral, and those were, I believe it's 3, the combination of 3 facilities that got us to the threshold without excessively over collateralizing the loan.
And specifically, I chose the 3 properties because one of the ones at the top of the list was the Puller Center, and we'll be renovating that with the sheriff, and that building will be used as collateral to secure that loan. So that's
Okay.
one of the reasons those 3 properties were chosen.
But it's a really good question because the properties, the way this VRA program works,
Right.
under this type of lease transaction, they require the county to have a 75% loan to value on collateral. So even though, they're not going to use the facilities, obviously, and they're not going to do anything with them, but their rules require that it be 75. So we looked through the entire list of county and school properties to come up with these 3 properties that met that 75% and didn't go over too much. So that was the idea.
And that weren't otherwise already serving as collateral on some other loan.
And this may be a good place to interject, Mr. Harris, if I can
Sure.
take us off on a brief tangent, because I think a very good question was asked earlier during public comment, and I want to give some voice to that. We are collateralizing this loan primarily because this entire sewer system, upon completion, gets turned over to HRSD for ownership, operation, and maintenance, per the terms of our previous agreements. Saluda, Hartfield recently, and all along Deltaville and Topping, will have collection systems that the county will own, operate, and maintain. So we will have a little different collateralization on that called a revenue pledge, where the revenue from those systems that we will receive will secure and help collateralize the loans. If, for whatever reason, that's not enough, we can subsidize it with some of the monies that we have budgeted heretofore in the general fund. But in the rare instance, we still needed more collateralization, that would trigger us probably going to the schools and looking at one of the schools to potentially collateralize those loans. So there's plenty of leeway there. And we are assuming that the Puller Center will be used to collateralize the sheriff's loan, and the high school would be used, if needed, to collateralize the high school project, because the useful life of the asset will be extended long enough to cover the terms of, I guess, the renovation. One of the reasons I asked the question during the work session about the high school was, would the renovations being conducted at the high school extend the useful life to 40 years? And that was specifically because that's a requirement of the USDA to participate in their rate and at their 40-year term, is that the asset being renovated, leveraged, collateralized, what have you, needs to have that useful life. So for instance, if that architect had come back and said, well, no, that renovation's only going to give us 30 years, then the maximum life we could extend that loan, at least through the USDA, would be 30 years. I don't know if that makes sense. Just thought that would be a good time to interject that.
That's one more question regarding the collateral. I'm just not as familiar with this type of agreement as opposed to a standard leasee-leaseor type of agreement. So I have two questions, and then I'll be done. The first one is, I didn't see in this document, so the maximum that the interest rate is capped at 4%, is that correct?
In the resolution, right?
Yes, in
Right.
the
But
resolution.
if we close by November, it's going to be that,
One of those
one of those
rates on
three
line
up there.
6.
Okay.
So that was just so we don't have to come back every time if we don't close.
Okay. For collateral on this property, suppose at some juncture, the collateral is, drops from 75% to, let's say, a random number, 40%. But the property that we're collateralizing with is substantially higher than what we're going to be doing for the collateral for the loan. Do we have the opportunity for that to either maybe not restructure, you educate me, do we have the opportunity to be able to borrow on the excess value?
Great question. That's a great question, because we actually have a situation like that where VRA has the collateral for one of their loans that we have outstanding for the county. The collateral's got more value than the loan now at this point. And so we can make use of that collateral in the future for different types. That sort of thing could happen. And VRA does allow you, if you do it through VRA, they do allow you to use that extra
Additional.
collateral for a future loan.
As a first deed of trust?
Well, we do it as a lease, but
Yeah.
we would just amend the lease and reflect that it now has 2 loans on it. So it's like having
Okay.
a deed of trust with 2 loans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
So
in a
that's a
sense-
great question.
Cool.
Because in a sense, it has the value to cover 2 loans.
Right.
Right.
They always want to keep that value,
Right.
that loan to collateral value.
Okay.
Alternatively, in this case, you could get to a place where you can release a piece of collateral. It's no longer needed to meet the 75% threshold, so you might be able to release the lien on one of those 3 and
Which
free
we've
up.
done before. You know, we years ago, Mr. Cole and I did a financing with a bunch of schools that were brand new. And all the schools, because they were brand new, they didn't have any value, were in there. And then once the values got pretty large and the loans started being paid off, we were able to release 2 of the schools, I think, right?
yes,
Last question I have, and then I'll give somebody else some option to talk. In the resolution, it speaks about the, where is it? The local lease acquisition agreement and the finance and lease.
Right.
Did I miss that? Was that not included in the packets?
I think you've got this, but they've got a form. So VRA, yeah, I mean, you've got forms of this sort of local lease. They call it this is a long name.
Okay.
Local lease acquisition agreement and financing lease. It's their format. We're still negotiating it because they drafted this in a way where they thought, or the drafter thought, that the county was going to own and operate and maintain the project, the utility project. And in this case, HRSD is going to do that. So it's going to be substantially modified, but I can get you copies of this version, but it's going to be changed to reflect the facts on the ground.
Sorry, last question. So the collateralized property that we're talking about, who actually has ownership of that property? Because this lease is different from a standard lease that I'm familiar with. So who is the leaseor, particularly of this, of the property?
Yeah, so it's another good question, and this is the way VRA does it.
Okay.
It's done differently.
Not familiar with how they
different
do
places.
it.
So
I'm
Virginia-
learning.
Yeah, no, the state agency does it this way. So they'll have a prime lease where the county will lease these facilities to Virginia Resource Authority, sort of like what we do with the EDA.
Okay.
In this case, VRA is like the EDA.
Okay.
Then the VRA will lease it back to the county under this ridiculously named local lease acquisition agreement and whatever else.
Okay.
And the rental payments from the county to VRA
Right.
will match the debt service on the bond, on the loan.
Okay.
And then once the bond's paid off, the lease disappears, it terminates. So it's sort of a lease back concept.
Okay, and just from your comments a couple minutes ago, the local lease agreement or the financing agreement, you have a standard form, but then can you guys go to them and say, hey, this is a standard form, but we'd like to alter it this way or that way? Do we have the flexibility for that?
To some extent. I mean, we're definitely going to change the parts where the county is maintaining and operating, and those sorts of changes. Some of the other stuff, depending on the federal program and state program where they get monies, has to stay the way they put it in a document.
Okay.
To comply with that program, that loan program. So there is some flexibility in it.
Okay, great.
I'm not sure that's a great answer, but that's
Well, it's kind of what I wanted to hear. And number two, we'll expect our county administrator to do some arm twistings or tackling or whatever you need to do if we need to adjust that agreement that helps the county. Possibly.
He does that.
I know he does. Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
I got one other question, because earlier I think somebody asked, by making a payment to reduce the loan, you end up paying less on the loan. At 2.5, that locks in. So if you pay some off at 2.5, it'll be a greater savings than if we decide to get to 3.3 and decide to make a one payment or two payments or whatever we want to do it. With that interest rate change, the interest rate is not going to change.
No,
So once you get 2.5 and
stays for life of
3.3,
the
that
loan.
stays for life of the loan.
Correct.
Okay. And that's rate change. I'll let John go ahead and do what he got to do.
Just one question. Why are these rates so favorable?
It's part of the mission of the program is to.
But the program is shepherded by who?
Pardon me?
It's like the state that runs the program?
State.
So this isn't, like, if we went out to the commercial market, we would not see numbers like this. You have numbers at the bottom, 4.04, 4.26, 4.39. So we're looking a gift horse in the
just
mouth, but we
real
need to make
quick,
a decision.
Just real
Okay,
quick.
go ahead, Matt.
I'm sorry, don't want any misunderstanding here. That's if we go through the VRA pooled market fund, correct?
Yeah, but it's
Not if we
current.
just go private markets to SunTrust and Truist.
That's
Well-
current rates are going to be around that,
Okay.
right?
I
One
think
other
about
question.
5 is what I understood.
He's going to tell you the current
Okay.
rates.
One other question about the pumping station. I think y'all said earlier that the county's going, right, Matt, the county's going to own the other pumping station. So.
We're going to own the other collection system,
Collection system,
not the pumping
not the
station.
pumping station. We got, oh, okay. It's a different horse altogether.
This is more complex than any of the financings that we've done, in that historically, we financed with the collateral of the asset that we're financing for. And this is different, and so it's been a learning curve for me, and I would guess that there are a lot of other people who like me, hadn't really seen the concept of we're going to get a lease for assets we're not ultimately going to own. And so if you could maybe just go up 5,000 feet and give us some context here. So the first thing is to understand this and why this is structured as a lease, because this is, like I said, I've never seen it before. And then two, we don't want to imply that all the sewer deployment is going to be like this, and we have to go out and find collateralization for leases for the rest of the sewer project, because they are going to be different, as Matt mentioned. We're going to own and operate those assets. So if you could help just kind of clarify that for everybody, I think it would be useful.
Sure. Do you want to address why it's a lease versus a general obligation?
No, I don't think he's asking that. I think he's just asking why it's not the normal sort of lease with the collateral being the same as what you finance. And
Okay.
here we're giving up what
We won't own the collateral, right? I guess it's being turned over to HRSD. So you can't pledge that collateral for the loan because you won't own it. So we have the flexibility in this program and in Virginia to find alternative collateral to pledge against the loan, even though it's not being, you're not spending money on that collateral. It's an option you have. Because what you're building with these funds will be turned over to another entity, and you won't be in a position to be able to collateralize it, to pledge it. It's not yours.
But in the future, I mean, there may be, I mean, it's a really good question because we're sort of working through the structure of the future utility projects.
Right.
So part of why we're trying to get this done as soon as we can to keep this rate.
Right.
But, you know, it's hard to do. Sometimes you do these utility projects as revenue bonds, where you simply pledge the revenue from the utilities to pay off the bonds.
Right.
But here, it's really a startup system. I mean, we'd have no history for what we've done, so it's hard to convince anyone that the revenue works to pay off a bond issue. So VRA said we can do this lease transaction and get this done quickly. Otherwise, it may be quite a while before we can figure out how we convince anyone that the revenue is enough. So,
And I'll try to help you a little bit there, Dan, too. We had conversations with DEQ throughout the Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund approval process, and there was some discussion and consideration given to us balling up all of our Clean Water Revolving Loan Funds and having them approved under some similar type of arrangement. We couldn't do that here because we don't own the asset. And if we did that, we would have to leverage a lot more county facilities in order to collateralize the loan. Since I didn't touch a thing, Kevin, I swear. Since we will have Deltaville, Topping, Hartfield, and Saluda collection systems under our ownership, operation, and maintenance, we will get a portion of the fees, the user fees every month, and we can present that, we can present that to DEQ and ultimately VRA, and that can be incorporated into the next round and set of approvals. That's the first thing, not getting overly in the weeds, but the other factor was we haven't got those projects out to bid yet. In fact, some of the final engineering's being done in Topping now to give us a good, solid engineering estimate. And I'll talk more about that during my report. So we really don't want to solidify and finalize those clean water revolving loan funds, because just in the case of Cook's Corner, where we originally had approval for 1.6 million based on the engineer's estimate, we had to bump that up to 4.6 million after the bids came in. So, not being overly complicated, but I want to answer the question completely.
And that means on some other part of the project, you're going to do the opposite and have a $4.6 million estimate come in at 1.6 million, right?
I've got my bad ear to you, Mr. Kuntz. I couldn't quite hear that. I like that. But, you know, in all honesty, that's one of the reasons, I'm going to skip ahead to my report, one of the reasons you haven't got that sewer update that you were asking for back in August is we are working very diligently with our consultant engineer to give you the whole and best picture practicable at this time, space, and market conditions.
So we're working with a consultant engineer. We've also brought in our own in-house
Right.
engineer. They're all working together, and you've been working on that since August. When do you think you'll be able to deliver that to the board so that we can share it with the public?
We were hoping to have it to you tonight.
Okay.
Now we're shooting for December or January.
Okay.
Yep. What we're waiting specifically on is as accurate an estimate as we can get on easements and cost of those easements.
And that's all?
In Deltaville, that's substantial.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting it's not substantial. I
Right.
just said, is that the only item?
That amongst minor other things.
Could we ask that you give us a draft in December so that we're meeting, I mean, there's members of the public that have spoken and they really want to see our understanding of the project in detail.
I would rather give very accurate information than information that can be misleading or misconstrued. I'm all about transparency too, but I want to have the right answer for that.
Right, but if we're just talking about some easement costs that we can estimate, we can surely put in there our estimate and say that this is an estimate. I'll leave it to you, Matt. I'm just saying, as long as the public pressure is there, I think it's legitimate. I obviously called for it in August. You're on it. I'm satisfied.
Well,
but
not
if
just-
the public is not satisfied, I will let them talk to you.
Well, and they're more than welcome. They have my cell phone number.
I figured they did.
And they'll have Charlie soon. Warning you, Charlie. So we are working on it. We just want to give you the best, most accurate estimate we can.
You know, I don't see us going too far as being accurate, because anytime it changed $3 million from our start to now. So accuracy is something we got to get what we can get. It's similar to what John is saying. If the easements shouldn't stop the price when you put stuff up on bids to give us an idea of what it's going to cost. And the other question, how come we decided to give the pumping station to VHS? And is that the only pumping station we're going to have?
That's a very good question, and I can answer that now, or I can do it under my report.
We can do it now.
Okay, so what I would say is,
Mike's not on.
I usually see that red light. When the county first entered their partnership with HRSD, the Board of Supervisors did not want to be in the sewer operation business. They didn't want to own sewer, didn't want to plan sewer, didn't want to build sewer, didn't want to engineer sewer, didn't want to really talk about sewer other than, hey, HRSD provides sewer for us. The first step in order for us to do that was to assign or designate certain areas of the county as sewer service areas. We did so. And since then, we've been kind of grinding along, getting preliminary engineering done. You will reference a couple years back when HRSD finally completed the preliminary engineering report on all 6 of the service areas, and it came in substantially more expensive. $42 million, I believe, was the price, correct me if I'm wrong, Lud, just for Deltaville. I'm pulling a number out of there. I hadn't thought about it. I've tried to block that number out because it gave me nightmares. It was at that point in time that HRSD pretty much told us, we build gravity systems or vacuum systems. We don't do lower cost capital, lower cost type systems. These are the type systems that we will build for us to maintain, operate, and control. That's when the county, in order to save money, and I think made the right decision, I would add, at least heretofore, it's been the right decision, pivoted and looked at other technologies that may have lower capital upfront costs, and in order for us to be able to deploy more sewer throughout the county. And that's where we are today. The gravity system that you see before you tonight for funding was the first system that started down that food chain, if you will, in support of our grant for the workforce housing and our brewpub project that we had with the state at Cook's Corner. The other projects are tailing along behind it because we made this one a priority. We were afraid, and we saw engineering estimates that led us to believe that maybe we should pivot to LPS, low pressure systems, on this one as well. But you recall earlier this year that the timing and the cost due to the timing were not going to be very germane, and there wasn't going to be a whole lot of savings there. So that's why we said, okay, for this one, we'll do gravity. HRSD will have it. For the others, though, we want to set our engineer loose on Saluda and Hartfield so we can plan LPS systems there and stop those engineering processes at their current level of completion and pivot HRSD's engineers to coordinate and cooperate with ours. We're going to discuss this a lot more in the retreat, but that's what got us here today. So at the beginning, you'll read this through the agreements. The Board of Supervisors was hands off, we don't want to do sewer. That has changed and has evolved over time to where we are now willing to do sewer light, but we still want our partner HRSD to handle the treatment and the more expensive maintenance operations such as maintaining these lift stations and pump stations.
Are we gonna put in more pumping station and how do we pay for it? The one in Coos Corner will be the only pumping station.
The one in Coos Corner we pay for because that's that's in the collection
The
system.
only one we don't have,
The
pumping station.
The pump station in Saluda will have, because it's replacing a wastewater treatment plant behind the prison,
I got you.
behind the jail.
But is there gonna be any other pumping station that we don't have, pumping station?
Yes. Yeah, you got a pumping station in Topping and one in Deltaville that we'll be
The
building.
county gotta pay for both of them.
We do, and we would turn those over to operate and maintain by HRSD. At least that's the plan heretofore.
So we gotta finance them too.
Yes, sir.
So we haven't thought of the job we gonna do it yet.
Well, actually, yes, sir, we have. We've gotten preliminary approval for Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund on Topping, and we've got applications in for Deltaville, Hartfield, and Saluda, I believe. Yes, sir. And on top of that, and I'll cover this more in my section of the report, we're applying for grants under the ARPA funding, the Federal Infrastructure Act monies that are passing through DEQ.
Taylor, I got one question for you. You specialize in counties and finance and all these kind of things, am I right?
Yes, sir.
How are we doing? I mean, you come here today with, you know, to borrow money, so you had to look at it, because I heard, you know, I always look up people that got to talk to. So I know you're pretty good at what you got, so you look at the whole picture. Some of us have smaller jobs, where we look at the whole thing. If some of us would be building things, Brother Jesse would do the roof. So if he's doing the roofing, he don't look at that roof and know what it is. So what I'm saying is you finance. So, and this is a county you coming in that you know we're gonna have a lot of money to spend in water and sewer. I just asked how are we doing, because right now, I look at we lost $3 million for waiting. I don't know. And they've heard me say it before, that we are part-time supervisors. We need 100% upfront, not in the meeting information. Now, there's some things I don't understand, but the pandemic, I'm gonna blame it on the pandemic like everybody else, because I swear, if I had 2 more years, this stuff wouldn't have got by me like this. And I don't get it. I just wanna know how you think our county is going. The young lady was up this afternoon, and I think Matt mentioned about renovating the high schools and all of these kind. Now, I feel that we'd have made a heck of a lot bad decisions, okay, through the years. I don't even want to think it, I know it. And if we don't watch it, we gonna make some more. So I just want to give you a chance to answer the question, that's all. What you think?
Well, here's what I would say to that. When we're talking about the county, and I would distinguish between the county and the utility authority, because we don't do work with the utility authority. We've not been a part of that planning process or that debt process, so I don't have a good feel for those financials.
You're meaning VIPSA, or HRSD, rather.
No, the water authority.
Oh, so we're not talking sewer anymore?
I'm differentiating between the Middlesex Water Authority and Middlesex County.
Okay, so you're talking about the county.
And I'm talking about the county. And so in that regard, through the years, as we've done capital borrowings and gone to the bond market, the county's done very well in presenting itself financially, being able to demonstrate its creditworthiness, its ability to pay back loans in a timely fashion. There's never been a default of any sort on any of the county's outstanding debt. So from that perspective, I would give the county good marks. Now, if you disagree with having done one project and you shouldn't have done that project, that's not our role. We don't come in and say, you should renovate a high school or you should build a new high school. That's not what we do. When the county as a whole, the board says, we want to pursue XYZ project, how can we go about putting that in place? That's our task. And you've been successful at doing that. But I can't speak to the success of certain projects from a non-financial perspective.
I appreciate what you're saying. I understand your answer very good. You're very good at it. I understand your answer. You're pretty good. I like it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say something about me being on the board a long time. I've been on board with different board members. So you got to realize you're going to have people have different perspective up and down. And some of them you can't work with, some you can work with, and everybody's not looking at the same picture. But I can tell you right now, if it wasn't for a banner taking over Hampton Sanitation, we wouldn't never be talking about this because we couldn't afford sewer. Because see, by them taking Hampton Sanitation over, banner over, it's going all the way to Matthews because that's where the pipe's going. So this is where we're at now. At one time, we could have put a plant over here near right over here by the park and ride one time, and the jail was going to take care of it. Oh no, we don't want to do that, but it all depends on the board members that you had here. See, and that was many years ago. Because Benjamin right here and can quantify what I'm saying. And my father was on the board then. This place would have been booming by then. But you know, you kept your hands tight. We don't want to do this. We don't want to do that. But now we're at a point that, you know, you're going to get some water, you're going to get some sewer, you're going to get some business. But it's all about having quality and slow business. And in other words, we take our time and we can manage the county like we want to if you do it like that. Now, if you want to go boom, bam, and like that, but, you know, it's going to cost, yeah. You're going to have to pay some. Some people can say, hey, we've been on the board but wasn't doing anything and everything is wrong. No, you got to be there to understand where we come from if you're on the board. You can sit back out there and say, oh, they're crazy, they don't know what they're doing. But you got to work with 5 different board members, and then you got to work with your constituents and do what's best for the county at that time. And I'm just giving you an example of being on the board 20-some years. I've seen the ups and the downs. And it's all in who you can work with, having a good county administrator, and looking ahead in the future. And that's what it's all about. You know, I sit down and talk with Matt, and we went over all this stuff in the scenarios. And, you know, right now we're putting away $854,000. But yet, we're going to have payments of $294,000, depending on what scenario we got. We can afford to do that right now if we have to. You think about that. We still got some money off the side to also transcend and move along and have slow economic growth as we move along in Middlesex County. Now, you got some people sitting back, no, we don't need to do this, you're paying too much money, but yet everything's going up. So that what you want to do? All the citizens pay more and more money when inflation going up all the time, and we're not going to do nothing, run no water, no sewer, because you're scared to spend some money? I think things have been managed up and down, but yet you still got the same one thinking that we're doing, you know, and I take it to heart because I've been here 20-some years, and that's why I'm letting everybody know that. And I've seen the bad time with the good time. I'm gonna tell you that. And I'm just telling you how I feel. And a lot of times you can get information from the board.
If I may, I'd just like to say I completely agree with Wayne. I would just add broadband. We're also doing broadband with the water and the sewer. Okay.
And
Amen on that.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just kind of add, and I think it's very well said by Mr. Jesse. 10 years ago, when we started this relationship with Hampton Road Sanitation, the board did so they could spirit a little bit of increased development within these villages, not sprawling all out into the county, which was against the comprehensive plan. They wanted to consolidate development inside these village clusters. They wanted to broaden the tax base, because one of the things citizens had constantly said, that taxes all fall on us, waterfront property owners or homeowners, residential property owners. We need a more vibrant commercial base like they have in other counties around us. So the board reacted to that. And I'm making a point here. And the third one, we have a number of premier businesses in this county, one marina, one campground, that's on pump and haul because of environmental concerns and high water table concerns. So this all started many, many years ago, really prior to 2010 when we adopted that comprehensive plan while I was planning director. I want to say this final thing, Mr. Chairman, and please appreciate the grace you're giving me here. Dan Siegel said it best, and we have been going to the Governor's Infrastructure Finance Conference and these other conferences, and when he sees me out in the audience, he said, Matt Walker, right there, what I'm getting ready to say, I've quoted him several times in here over the past several years. Dan Siegel says it best. It used to be, if you built water and sewer, they were come. That's not the case anymore. It's now more appropriate, more accurate to say, if you don't have it, they're not coming. And we've seen that In recent years, when we tried to get a hotel out here by the Hardys, when we've tried a number of developments, that we didn't get past go because we don't have any infrastructure to offer them, and they have to put so much money underground to be able to operate above ground. I would last say this, and this is coming from more citizen Matt Walker than county administrator. I'm a taxpayer in this county too. I live in Reggie's district. He's my board member. I'm going to vote for him. I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge that right now. Not supposed to do that. But honestly, if we don't do some things soon, we're going to continue to stagnate. We've lost a lot in this community. We can't keep it exactly the way it used to be, because if we do that, we'll lose what we have. We've got 2 main businesses now on Pump and Haul. It's just not something we can wait again on. And one of the biggest criticisms that I take to heart, Wayne, because I've been here 10 of those years, 15 off and on, as planning director, is, well, what about all these opportunities you missed out on? Some of them we missed out on because we didn't have water and sewer and broadband. I'll go ahead and add broadband to it. So it is transformational. It's new. It's challenging. It's a lot more expensive than 1980 when we could have had it for a 2% match. A lot more expensive. And it will probably be a lot more expensive in years to come. That's all I had to say, Mr. Chairman. I had to get on a soapbox a little bit.
Thank you. Well, Dan and Ted, I appreciate you staying up there. I'm going to have a couple of comments. Mr. Jesse, I want to congratulate you. You have been here over time, and the job you've done, I think, is worth mentioning with some numbers, because like Ms. Miller in our audience, I'm a fan of numbers. Our per capita debt at the end of our audit in 2021 was significantly lower than it was 10 years prior, even though our population declined over that 10-year period. That's good stewardship. In 2017, our balance sheet net position at the end of the year was $16.8 million. At the end of 2021, it was $21.1 million. $5 million increase in the net position on our county balance sheet. So ask the question of me as to how well our county is being managed fiscally. The numbers tell me that we're doing a good job. And thank you for your patience over the years to keep us within the lines, Wayne. And we intend to continue. I also mentioned that our unassigned fund balance at the end of audit 2021 was $12 million. So I feel like we're in a really good position.
And I think, Led, where that puts us is part of how Wayne and predecessors were able to do this is when it was time to actually fund the project and the interest rate that was in front of us was as favorable as we think it could possibly be, we jump at it. And we leverage state programs that are essentially created for small governments to be able to build the sewer systems that should have been built 10, 20 years ago. So these systems are in place just for us, basically. And we know that those, I'll go out, the rates are going up, everybody. I'm going to go out on a limb. And they're going to meet again next month, or maybe they're meeting right now. Next week. 3/4, half a point. We can debate. We can be conservative. We can be progressive. We can be liberal. We can be whatever we want. Rates are going up. We need to make a decision. We need to lock this in. Can we move on?
Thank you,
So there
gentlemen.
is a resolution, and I believe there's one input we need as part of that, which is the term of the debt. I think that's left as an open item in the resolution. Or
So Matt, do we happen to have anything that shows our outstanding debt handy that we could sort of make a decision based on what our outstanding debts are that sort of help us slot 20 versus 25 versus 30? Because to me, that's really is the whole decision.
I can pull up the county budget.
And I don't know if anybody else has anything else they want to look at to help advise on that. But to me, I want to see when other obligations are falling off.
Right.
Just to just get a sense of how 20 versus 25 versus 30 looks.
Anywhere up to 2053. So they don't have to decide that today.
I don't think I'll decide.
Yeah, right.
Let's get them to decide.
So what I'm pulling up is the county budget. Now, Betty is going to chastise me because we still have some editing to do with the debt service spreadsheet. We haven't done that yet. We're going to do that hopefully before the January strategic meeting of the board. Bear with me.
Who's going to be chastising Matt after Betty's
They take turns, John. I gotta wait for it to continue to load. Okay, so here's our debt service table that we have as part of our budget. The Sidthrift Athletic Complex falls off in 2028, fiscal year 2028. The 2017, by the way, we have a various rate on that, but we looked at refinancing it. Probably wasn't a good deal. It's currently at 5.5 in that range, and it will be going down to 4.005. 2017 refi falls off in 2033. Our VRA pooled financing for the landfill and Commonwealth Attorney's Office comes off in 2027. The purchase agreement for the radio system comes off 2026, and our lease purchase for voice over IP for the schools in the county in 2022. Now that's the county debt service. And then the school debt service, it's commensurate. The 2015 refi, which I think that has some of the high school or some of the middle school, one of the two. In any event, that comes off FY27, FY33 again for the refi for the schools. That was a portion of the 2017 refi. And then our Honeywell energy performance contract comes off 2032. One of the things we are proud of as the administration is that we have steadily refinanced a lot of this debt to very low, historically low rates, and taking advantage of very low interest rates. In an inflationary period like we have now, the idea of capturing the lowest rate for the longest term you can should be very, very enticing, because the cost of money is doing nothing but go up in a 15% inflationary period, which arguably we're in.
So Matt, does that mean your recommendation is the 30-year option?
I'm glad I didn't have my mic on there. There is a part of me that would highly recommend we do the 30-year, not just for the lower payment, but because we could pay it off at any time if we were desirous to do so, but because we are in a very inflationary period now, and 4.6 million today is not going to be worth even the 7.3 later at the end of that 30-year period. Many of you have heard me say this. Inflation is a destroyer of debt. And if your currency is inflating 16, 7, 8, 10% annually, 3.5% and 2.5% does not keep the bank whole on the money they've loaned you. Now, I can't put it any better than that. I'm sure Ted could probably explain that a lot more eloquently with financial buzzwords, but putting myself personally, I have a 30-year mortgage. I'm not paying it off. I'm going to ride 2.9% for 30 years and enjoy having that money at my disposal, because by the time 30 years rolls around, the currency is going to inflate me out of debt personally. So having said all that, I could see a case be made for the 2.5% because I really like a low interest rate too. I would one or the other.
How do you feel about 25 years?
That would be a compromise. Wayne and I had this same conversation in my office. I mean, it would be a compromise. I have no solid recommendation, but I think you see my logic.
Yeah, I mean, line 10, I mean, it's on an annual basis, it's, $50,000, $40,000 to $50,000 a year for that 20-year term. And there's $1 million plus of savings over the life of the loan.
I mean, the only thing we've talked about and how you make that decision is that you also have, more projects coming in the future. And so, years ago, we had a situation where a lot of localities tried to have 15 and 20-year debt to pay it off as fast as possible. And then a recession hits or something else hits, and all of a sudden, they don't have the cash flow or they have other projects, and they had to refinance that debt at worse rates to get it longer periods so that they, just from a cash flow standpoint, because, ultimately, it's not from your standpoint, it's as much the tax impact versus the rate. So it's a hard decision. You guys have a hard decision. I feel like I'm on The Voice. It's a hard decision.
I'm prepared to make a motion for discussion, if nothing else. I move that we authorize the loan scenario number 2, 25 years, and we do so ahead of the end of this month so that we capture this rate.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Kuntz, second by Mr. Jesse for the 25-year term. Discussion?
I don't have better logic than what Matt threw out there, but I like the middle bear.
And that's what I had talked to Matt about too. I kind of, you look at all three scenarios, and in the middle, you're right in the middle. So and that's what I kind of like, the middle one.
Well, I like the lowest interest rate, and to go to the middle one, I would like to see them make a larger payment from the gift streak, because I'm looking at everybody's saying how good we are financially, so why set on all of it? And we're extending projects. If we have to borrow against it, if we pay it down more, that means we can borrow more later on as we go. So I like the 2.5, okay? And if we're going to take the 2.95, I'd like to see them make a larger payment at the beginning.
Any comments, Don?
Oh, yeah.
My questions to Mr. Walker. You'd made reference on this of budgeting approximately $850,000 a year. And what is the, this said since 2019, so what's the number that we have waiting for that?
That's a good question. I want to give you an accurate number on that, and I
Okay.
can't do that today because we budgeted that every year since then. But we have spent monies out of it for soft costs such as engineering, planning costs, preliminary engineering. And if the board will recall, we're paying our consultant engineer that we have hired to handle our collection systems through that line item. So I would need to get with Tracy and come up with a good in and out report for you, and I hope to have that by January 1. You are not the first person to ask me that.
But we're making a decision prior to January 1, correct?
I mean, the 854, if it's not spent every year, basically goes back into fund balance. So it's one of
Okay.
the reasons you.
Is that
I'm
where
sorry?
it's been put, is the fund balance?
It is. It's in the fund balance. And there has been some preliminary discussion about maybe setting it up as a set-aside fund balance. We could do that. We just haven't done it here before.
Okay, okay.
Well, one thing, you also, it's good what he's saying, because I don't say that a number of times. I don't know how you got it, somebody was leak it to you, but if it was set up better, it would be a lot better. If you set it up separate, because we talking about transparency, so we don't need to cause confusion. The other thing, we know the number's not right, I mean, because you don't have the number, you are administrator, so, and you got an idea, because we're dealing with numbers, we talking about 854, stop kidding ourselves. We about know what it is, and we have paid engineers, and I think we even took some out to balance the budget. We just wave it off from one place to the next. So we put the money there, and turn around and spent the money the same thing. So we don't really, it's not too many of us to know. That's how I come from day one. I ask for separate, simple budgeting things, simple things. Keep it simple. And if that one thing, like Brother Jesse said, they've been on for 18, 19, 20 years. Well, I have a story about different people been on things for a long time, but I'm gonna leave that alone tonight. If you keep it simple, it's easy to understand. Don would never ask a question because the answer would already be there. And we're gonna make a decision tonight, one way or the other, because we have to. Our hands are tied. Now we gotta make what is the best. I'm looking at numbers game, okay? And basically from 2.5 to 3.3, we're looking at 78 versus 62. I'm not gonna give you taxpayers money no way no more. I'll take a chance on the risk, or if we go to the second one, in my opinion, and everybody's telling me how good financially we are, pay a larger sum, we can save some more money that way. We just figure that we want, and to believe that we will make another payment later on. Some of us will. We have mortgages on our homes, and we say we go with the 30-year term, and we'll make a payment every year. So if you haven't did that, you don't know. Well, you save some money. But if you scrap and scrape a little bit, do make smart decisions. All right, I'm not saying anything. I don't get anything confused about what we have done. I'm not even looking at that because I'm looking at today and tomorrow. If you ask me, have we screwed up, made bad decisions? Yes, we screwed up big time. Okay. But we're not going there. We're looking at this loan today. When I came here today, I was trying to get you to the school, but I missed on that. Lord must help me on that. And we got to make a decision. And I kind of already made mine, to be honest with you. I'd have made mine. I came here today, and I know we had to vote on something. We got 3-2, however they want it. And I almost know what's the best decision because we are good financially. And we're looking at 94-48. $1,000 different. Make a choice. You got to make a choice between that. I don't believe longevity all the time is good. Now with the interest rate moving up and we can lock in a 2.5. I can't say that we can lock it in, let's lock it in. We got to do what we got to do to keep it that way. That's not going to starve the country. And that's how I see it. All pay a lump sum on the 25 years. They can figure out what it is. All they do is put it in there.
I got a couple questions. I see the first payment, debt service would be due on 3/1/24, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and when does the pump station, Cook's Corner, is supposed to become operational?
Estimated at completion date we have from HRSD and reported to DEQ is October 2023.
What's the estimated time for this? Is there anything additionally you guys have to do if we were to approve this resolution? And what's the time frame with that?
Nothing from us. We would help coordinate a closing, put a closing memo together that memorializes the closing. Most of the work would be on the legal side.
So we'd be when your question earlier about negotiating, we'll be negotiating with the VRA Council on the terms of the local lease acquisition and financing agreement, and doing closing documents, and then we'll schedule with the board and with the chair a pre-closing signing, so that we try to get this finished before November and keep this interest rate.
What's your best guess of the time frame on that?
I'd say it's going to be that last, the end. It's going to be tight to the end of November.
Of this,
Correct.
where we are now?
That's our goal.
Okay.
I mean, it may slip in, but we're going to try our best to get everything done.
Anything else, Don?
I don't think so.
Another thing. What happened? You said the first payment is due in 24. What happened if we start paying next year? How would the loan look then? Is that possible?
I'm not 100% certain whether they can accept a payment
wouldn't
before
accept
you draw, before you finish drawing the loan down. It's a
Because we
draw.
already done bought something that we don't have, so we just will start paying for it. That's all I'm saying. if we start paying for it, how much will the savings would that be? Are you saying you can't do the loan like that?
I'm not sure you can start paying back the loan before
You get approved.
before you get approved, certainly, but before their first payment is due, the more, a way to handle that might be, you put a little more cash in, like I think you were suggesting with the 25-year term, and you borrow a little less.
Well, I'm just looking at different options because the way I look at it is, this particular loan, we're gonna put up a courthouse, the kid building, and everything else in it. If we don't make the payment, then you can go to the governor and do some stuff. So what I'm looking at, if we go ahead and make ourselves good, go start paying for it and save ourselves some money and lock in a low interest rate, because at 2.5, they ain't gonna wanna keep that inflation going up. They probably wanna buy that one back from us, we don't know. But 2.5 is right low right now, the interest rate. That's almost a no-brainer to me for the difference in the money you have to pay. And even if you decide to wait another year and a half or whatever you gotta wait for you make your first payment, to me, that's a no-brainer. And the debt will be off in 2 years on something, some stuff will be, but we're gonna spend something else. We know we're gonna spend all the money. So that's what I look at. I'm just thinking 2.5, and if we can do anything else, check, see if we can still, we're locking in tonight, but see if what we can put down to save the county some money instead of just giving it away. That's why I look at it.
Yeah, and I think if you get to that point where you want to consider putting money down for this project, maybe borrowing less or accelerating your payments against the loan, I think the other part of the information you need to look at is, what are we earning on that money elsewhere? Are we earning more than 2.5%? And then I think that plays into your decision about whether you should try to pay that loan off faster or not.
That's a very good segue into our next discussion, Mr. Chairman.
I haven't chipped in here my comments. I'm very focused on our future financial obligations, and I'm very aware of the debts that we are looking at for school funding, for example. Matt, I'm glad you put up the debt service schedule. It's very informative because at the end of 2028, so 5 years, at the end of 5 fiscal years from where we are right now, we will have relieved almost $1.7 million of annual debt service payments, which I just did some quick math at 3.5% would fund over $35 million of school improvements. So it's very good timing. I'm inclined to stretch for a longer term because we're in an inflationary environment. I think that we're going to be paying back in cheaper dollars. And I'm comfortable with the compromise of 25 years. So those are my only comments. If there's no other discussion.
I have one other question. Matt, if we decide to go with the loan, that's due on 3/1/24. We've already paid engineering, fees for the engineers to talk about the project. When would we actually start payments for the construction of the Cook's Corner station?
Well, the first payment for everything, all inclusive at $4.6 million, is that first payment on March 1st, 2024. And I would presume the first full annual debt service payment would be the following March. Is that correct, Ted?
You asking about debt service or paying for the project?
No, I'm talking about paying for the project. I'm actually talking about, we won't need to draw any of this money. Of course, the interest will be accruing on it until 3/1/24. What's the finish date for that project at Cook's Corner and our payment subsequently to HRSD?
Oh, I understand. We'll have to begin coordinating with HRSD on draws, really when the construction gets going in earnest out there over the winter. But the first payment on the project, the completion of the project is October 2023. That's when they expect to be complete.
Okay.
If I'm understanding your question
Yes.
correctly. Because I think HRC is paying their contractor, but they will expect reimbursement for some of those payments in the next several months.
Okay.
So when we saying about interest or money on the money, what are we talking about? We haven't borrowed it, so we're not going to get any money on the 46, or $4,600,000, so we're not going to get no money on that. So what money are we talking about that we're going to be getting some type of interest on? I don't get that. That part. I think, Lord, you said something about money sitting there being, you get interest on, and I'm looking at 100, 119, 133.
I might have mentioned it. I think it was.
We didn't get the answer to the question, what we was doing with the money that we got in the account now versus what type of percentage money we get on. We should have that answer. So if we got money somewhere we're getting 2% on, right? And you sit there waiting, you're paying 2.95. Well, you say we can let the money sit there, whatever we have will sit there and you can see accumulating money. I can see that. And right now, you do the compromise and you treat it like, maybe you should treat it like it's your money and make a decision. Because it's easy to say, something for somebody else. And that's just the way I see it. I see first payment in '24, and I see different savings down the line. If we can't pay $100,000, let me see, first payment, 100,000, that's 20 years. That's something got to be wrong. I got to be looking at something wrong. Well, that's just the first payment, all them change. Yeah, that's just the first payment. And for the other one, we got to pay 119. Yeah, I'm saying it right. I just think that payment should be larger. Because if you go to the second one, it's $20,000 per basic phone. We right there. So I'm finished with it.
Any other discussion? So we've got a motion by Mr. Kuntz, seconded by Mr. Jesse, to adopt the 25-year term. Betty, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Williams?
No.
Mr. Jesse?
Yes.
Mr. Coons?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Yes. Motion is approved. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Well, I have one more question. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. The actual resolution, I know we voted on the 25-year,
We need
but
to approve that.
Now they know what to fill in the blank, but now we got to approve that.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the resolution.
Motion by Mr. Kuntz,
I'll second it.
second by Mr. Jesse. Any discussion?
To understand, make sure that we understand the resolution. In the resolution, we are putting up the courthouse, the kid building, and you got, also, if we decide not to make the payment, I guess the government or anything else can come in and take what they want and do what they want to do with it. That's what you want me, is it that way? If it's that way.
you are
Okay,
collateralizing.
then I'm
That's
good.
correct.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Siegel, I thought in paragraph 6, it says that the governor's notified, and then there could be a stopping of payment of locality funds.
Yeah, there are two ways to do it. So the way that statute works, it's really interesting. If you don't pay, then the bondholder, in this case VRA, notifies the governor, and the governor can then capture monies that otherwise would go to the county from state funds to make that payment. So school funds, social services, ABC, all that kind of, so there's a lot of state monies, which is why VRA feels very comfortable that you're going to pay. So the chances are no one's going to take over the courthouse, right? Yeah. So
I wouldn't want to try to navigate us not paying our debt service.
But to answer your question, to my knowledge, there's never been a use of that provision in state law since I've been practicing law, which is a while.
In fact, Mr. Chairman, with permission, when I was the interim city attorney in Petersburg, when they were trying to turn their ship around,
a good time to be there. The state treasurer had very serious conversations with me and my client over that very issue. There are very few things that can get a locality's attention more than that set off. Right. And even in Petersburg's case, they did not do it.
Right.
They had excellent attorneys.
That's well done. That's well done. He snuck that in.
So we have a motion by Mr. Kuhn, second by Mr. Jesse to adopt the resolution as presented in the packet. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
All right, a minute, I have a question. Gosh, I can't get rid of all the questions I got. Let's see. So just to throw it out there, do we have any other viable options, Mr. Administrator, on the financing for this project?
Not that I'm aware of. I tried to solicit the state for grant monies for this project, but it's pretty much already been approved. We've got grant applications in for the other ones. Well, I guess there's another option in front of us at 4.26% if we wanted to go through the VRA, but I don't even want to open up that other discussion because you can't prepay that off, correct? Within 10 years. So they lock that rate in on you for 10 years. So what we've tried to do is work with the Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund as a good base since the beginning of the project. And we have partners that are approving our requests at DEQ. So I'm not aware of another option. And I think I know where you're headed with this, Mr. Harris, so let me see if I can address it. The reason we cannot borrow money with the USDA for this project is because we will not own the asset afterwards. If we own the asset, we can borrow money with the USDA. And currently, as you're aware, their rate for community facilities is 3.5% for 40 years. We'll discuss that a little bit more in my report. But we can't borrow money at the USDA for this type of project because we will not own the asset at the end.
Thank you, Matt.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Yes.
Mr. Coontz?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Yes.
Great.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Ted, do you want to talk to us about that investment?
Sure.
Real quick. You were segueing into it, and we got a little bit of time left, but
Okay.
I think the chairman and I wanted to introduce the board to possible options on how we can invest our fund balance to do a little bit of what Mr. Williams and I have thought we probably need to do a little bit better job of. So with that, it's all yours.
As background for those who are attending, we've been a 0% interest rate environment for so long, some of us forgot that our money in the bank account ought to earn something. So those days are slipping by rapidly, though, and so we've asked to explore ways that we can put our money to work and actually get something for it.
Great. So this is purely informational, not looking for any action. And I mentioned it towards the back of this, but I want to say it at the outset, and I'll do it in layman's terms, but the responsibility for investing the county funds, I think, lies strictly and maybe solely with the treasurer. So I think while you all need to understand what the options are and understand what the activity is, and Dan can correct me, I think ultimately the treasurer makes those decisions. But nonetheless, we have put this together just as a briefing. We do not yet have a good feel for what your money is invested in currently, so we don't know what you're earning on your deposits at the bank or any other place where you might have monies invested or deposited. It may be one bank relationship, you might have multiple, I don't know. But that's something that we would look to get a handle on if we move this process forward. And again, it's going to require cooperation with the county treasurer. The other thing that I think is really important when we talk about investing, we are in an environment now where you can earn more on your money than you could a month ago, 6 months ago, a year ago, and we're coming out of a place where interest rates on your investments were very, very low for an extended period of time, and you'll see something of that in here shortly. When we start talking about investing and maybe longer term investments, we want to make sure that we achieve certain goals in a certain order. One, which is the preservation of principal. We don't want to put at risk the corpus or the principal that you're potentially investing. State statute does a lot to determine what local governments can invest in. They're very specific in what you are allowed to invest in. But we want to be mindful of the principal that you're investing. We want to make sure that you have ample liquidity. That is, you've got money any given day to pay the bills that you need to pay without having to delay a payment or sell an investment before it matures. And then finally, we want to focus on the return or the income. But that's sort of in that order: preservation of principal, liquidity, and thirdly, investment return. When you look at page 2, it's got a table. Again, I don't have a sense, it's not on the screen, it's here. I don't have a sense of what you're currently invested in, but we've given you a sense of what current investment rates are for the types of investments that local governments can participate in. And the first that we've shown here is another acronym, LGIP, Local Government Investment Pool. Just about every state has one. Virginia has one that a lot of local governments participate in. It provides daily liquidity, and what I mean by that is you can get your money out in a day's notice, same day if you do it by a certain time of day, or you can get it out the next day if you miss the cutoff. And it's all compliant with state statute. It's currently yielding 3.17%. So that's the interest you would earn on that investment. But keep in mind, that investment rate will move up and down with the market. Here lately, it's been moving higher because of what the Federal Reserve is doing and what we're seeing in investment rates generally. But it can move downward too when other things occur to push rates lower. So we have just shown you in 3 increments, $500,000, $1 million, and $2 million. We have not talked to staff about how much money can you invest away from your bank account or any strategies whatsoever, just generically. And so at a 317, you can see what the annual earnings are on those 3 amounts. And then if you don't want to, or if you would like to consider other investments like U.S. Treasuries, which are permitted by state statute. We've shown you what interest rates are from 3 months out to 3 years. You're allowed to invest longer term than 3 years, but for the purposes of this discussion, we just went 3 years. And you can see there's, in the current interest rate environment, some significant pickup beyond the LGIP. If you go out a year, you're at the 460, 2 years, you're at a 450. We're generally in an interest rate environment right now where U.S. Treasuries, which are very liquid, meaning you can buy and sell them on any given day, while rates are volatile, they're moving up and down, driven by lots of different things that are occurring in the economy and the world and investors' perception of risk. They're very liquid. And actually right now, short-term rates are higher than long-term rates. You would normally think if I invest money a year versus 2 years, I'm going to have a lower interest rate, right? But when you start looking at these treasury rates, you actually have a higher interest rate for 1 year than you do for 2 years. So we're in an odd time. What we call it is an inverted yield curve. Interest rates on shorter term maturities are higher than longer term maturities, which is pretty odd. It's usually the opposite. You invest your money further out for a longer period of time, you get a higher rate of return. We're not in that environment right now. Nonetheless, there may be an opportunity to improve the earnings that you're collecting on your deposits or some of your reserves, fund balance, whatever term you'd like to use. And this page is just meant to give you a little perspective on LGIP and treasury rates, which would be pretty typical local government investments, right? You're not permitted to invest in stocks. You're not permitted to invest in corporate bonds. It's a very limited universe of permitted investments. Page 3 gives you a little perspective of interest rate trends. Maybe the easiest one to pick out there is the green line. That's that LGIP rate that's managed by the state on behalf of local governments. You can see this goes back to basically 20 years. You can see the ebb and flow. We had a very low protracted period of interest from 2008 to 2016. We started to see rates rise. And then we saw rates fall very quickly in the spring of 2020 with the COVID situation and all that meant. We were then, on the right-hand side, we were in sort of another semi-extended period of very low rates, and now we've seen a very significant increase in these short-term rates. Again, driven by what the Fed is doing when they change that overnight rate. That's the shortest of short-term rates. And then what the market believes the future holds for interest rates and inflation and other things. So you've got an opportunity to potentially improve the investment return on some or all of your funds, creates more money for your budget, creates opportunity to fund other things. But again, I think one of the first things we need to do is understand where is the money today, how is your cash flow, meaning at what point in the year do you hit your low point, right? Not in every month, you're not bringing in the same amount as you're sending out. Revenues in, expenses out. So we need to do a little work to understand that cycle through a fiscal year and then discuss and present some reasonable options to invest some of those funds, again, with the premise being we want to make sure that we're not jeopardizing the principal that you're investing. We invest $1 million, we want to get $1 million out plus. We don't want to put you in a situation where you have to sell an investment and potentially take a loss. And even with U.S. Treasuries, right? If you buy a U.S. Treasury with a 1-year maturity, if you hold it to maturity, you're going to get all your money back plus interest unless the U.S. government defaults. But if you hold it to maturity, you're going to get your money back. If you have to sell it early because you have a cash flow situation and you need that money, you could take a loss. And we do not want to put you in that position. So that's why there's some analysis that needs to be done to understand how much money are we comfortable potentially investing in a way that's different from just putting it in your checking or depository account. And we need to work with the treasurer and the county staff to do that. So I think the purpose of this was just to discuss this generally. We are certainly in an environment where investment earnings are worthy of more discussion and consideration. And I guess, Matt, it's something that you're going to want to pursue when the treasurer is able to assist on that.
We're currently involved in the annual audit, and when the treasurer is finished with that, I'm confident that we can sit down with her and we can kind of work through some of the cash analysis that we need to make. And I think, Reggie, you brought this up during the work sessions many months ago about trying to get the most and best bang for our buck. It's as much a cash flow analysis as anything to see how much money we can invest and for what period of time. And hopefully, it's my desire to have worked with the treasurer and, of course, our friends with Davenport and our auditors to come up with a more robust investment vehicle to put in front of the board in January at your strategic goal-setting session. Why 2 months? Well, we're getting ready to enter into the holidays. I don't know where we are in terms of audit right now, but what I would like to do is just give you this briefing, or have Ted give you the briefing tonight, and alert you to options we may have, and then hopefully tease a little bit on getting you a more robust report in January with our treasurer. Because Ted is correct. It is the treasurer's authority to make these investments. And I think with some advice and consent from the board, but she has the authority and only she has the authority to make them.
That's all I had. Thank you. Any questions?
It's great, really appreciate that. And putting it into context, Reggie, to the comment you made, the LGIP even is at 3.17% is a higher rate of return than the cost of borrowing for 25 years that we've just agreed to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Ted.
Appreciate it.
Dan, thank you all.
All right. Next is our county engineer project updates. And there's a page in the packet as well as a handout from email yesterday. Charles?
Yes, sir. Hopefully everyone has that, or if not, if you would, please. I'll start with the Polar Center. This body last month approved option one, which was the 4.2 million, which was renovation of the existing facility. Since that time, we've mobilized resources to start the structural analysis. We've also started looking at the site development survey. One of the things that one of the things the county administrator looked at, because we are looking at all avenues of funding, if you will, we're looking at USDA to provide potential funding for the project. As a result, we asked the engineer, Bay Design, to go back and give us the cost of what it would take for them to incorporate the requirements of the USDA. Can you hear me? Oops, sorry.
Is the mic on?
I believe so.
Yeah.
You may want to read the record.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
All right, how's that? And so this letter was sent out yesterday to each of you. It basically lists all the requirements of USDA and Bay provided their best guess estimate of what it would cost additionally to incorporate these requirements into the design of the new system, or the renovation of the Polar building. And I'm not sure. This is basically, as I stated in the email yesterday, this is an if-then scenario. If we're successful in getting the USDA to fund this project, and it's also, and let me digress, we're setting up a meeting with USDA because we're going to look at not only funding for the renovation of the Polar facility, but also potentially for the high school renovation, see what those requirements would be. And it makes sense to combine those costs if it's feasible, but right now we're presenting them one at a time. This is an if-then scenario. If USDA agrees to fund the project, then these aspects would have to be included into the design, and that additional cost would be added to what we call the soft cost, or what we're listed in soft costs in that cost comparison sheet. So we started at $321,000 original design fee. The board approved a structural analysis, which added another $16,000, so we're up to $336,000. In the advent of the USDA agreeing to fund this project, and we would add an additional up to $125,000 to that number. So that would put us at about $480,000 for the design effort for the Polar building. And this is just information for you, keep you in the loop. Any questions on that?
Just reading this letter from our friends at Bay Design, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they say, it's also highly probable that the project construction costs will increase due to the BABA requirements, but at present, there's no reliable data on which to base any projection of what that will be. To me, those sentences, if I was reading them to my high school students, I would say, let's read that very carefully. And then I would say, let's go find competition, because they're not putting much effort into this. They're basically saying, we don't want to do that, and it's going to make this take twice as long, and it's going to cost 110, 125, but it might be a lot more than that, and we just want to be paid no matter what. That, to me, is toilet paper.
I don't disagree. However, given that BABA Buy America. There's no defined requirements from the state and/or federal government that USDA can hang their hat on. So we made the assumption that, let's say material costs increase by 10%. Well, we're going to add probably another $350,000, $400,000 to the cost of construction. So, but we can't quantify that because, again, we have no direction from USDA.
Well,
That's why we want to meet with them.
If I may, more importantly, John, and not completely in defense of Bay Design, the point they're trying to make it, and thank you, Charlie, for that, USDA does not really have guidance, as Charlie said, but they don't know entirely how they're going to implement BABA. So without knowing how they're going to implement what it's going to apply to, it's really kind of throwing a dart against the wall. They don't know what kind of impact it's going to have on project costs. They assume it will be more, but hey, bringing materials over from China is 14,000 miles across the world's largest ocean. I think recent experience has proven that's not a guarantee for a lower cost either. So they're giving us warning that BABA could have an impact by American.
Right, and I guess
what I don't know how much.
I guess what I'm saying is, if I can throw a dart, why am I paying somebody to throw a dart?
Even with the 110 and 125, it would be my recommendation that if the board wants to pursue renovation of the sheriff's office vigorously, we need to have the option of pursuing USDA funding as well because of the 40-year term and a 3.5% interest rate. In this inflationary environment, that's almost a no-brainer. It's not as good as the 1.125% that the Water Authority got that I like to brandy about.
Ring that bell one more time.
I got to ring it often because that was one of, I think, a seminal success.
Yeah,
this
Matt,
community had.
I hear you, and I want to pursue USDA because it's cheaper. It's government money from outside of us. I mean, for all the reasons that we've had successes with these kinds of organizations before, that's wonderful. But what I'm calling out to our engineer is if we're going to keep carrying Bay Design's water when they throw darts for us and then charge us money that's indefinite, not to exceed, not even in sight, they just throw it at us and say, hey, I don't know, but you'll be paying us. And here's how much it costs for me to throw this dart. I want to see us go out to bid and get different engineering quotes because this is BS, in my opinion.
Roger that. I guess the only thing, Mr. Chairman, I would add to what I said earlier is we've started the project with Bay Design. They've given us this proposal. I would ask for the leeway to be able to pursue USDA, whether with Bay Design or another engineer if that's the board's election. But I think it's very important that we have the possibility of pursuing those funds. And last but not least, when I was on the phone with Tara Delaney, our liaison with the USDA, I was reminded of the high school project in Westmoreland. And sometimes doing a lot more on the front end pays dividends on the back end that you really don't recognize until you're on the back end. I mean, we've learned that through the Water Authority using the USDA. Many cases we were gruff and not worried about, but we agitated that we had to do certain things on the front end, but then after going through the project, we realized probably a good thing we did that on the front end. And they do a lot more projects than we do, so you kind of got to give benefit of the doubt to people who do this for a living.
I guess that's what I'm saying too, Matt, is if this is our consulting engineer and they're basically encouraging us to move away from the money sources that we've had so much success in the past with, haven't we outgrown their service? I feel like we're doing more big projects than Bay Design at this point if this is their stance. And I've said my piece on this. What is this?
Can you clarify the sort of sequence of events? Are we asking USDA whether they will finance it as a first step? And if they say yes, then we would have to make a commitment to do the engineering?
That's correct.
So what's time frame for hearing back from USDA whether they will even finance it or not?
Well, again, we've had conversations with them. We're trying to meet face-to-face with Ms. Tara to find out. Basically, is there enough funding left of what they have in their pool, if you will, that would cover the cost of the project? If they have it, great. Then we can implement it, we can use it, we have funding. If not, then whatever alternate means that we're looking at to fund it. So I agree with Matt. I mean, it's cheap money. Granted, it's a 40-year term. That's part of the, which we talked about last meeting, the structural analysis. We have to document and prove that there's 40 years worth of life cycle left in that building for USDA to be able to say, yes, we'll bless that and fund it. So that's what we're working on. Again, this is information only. Once we get a response, we'll come back with more information and a recommendation.
Quick question. The funding with USDA, when you said to see how much they have, is that a amount of money that they are restricted to per year, or is it whether or not they want to fund this project?
Well, they want to fund the project.
Okay.
The problem is they get so much money each fiscal year. Well, we're coming to the end, or did we just begin their fiscal year? I can't, but anyway, we're trying to see if there's
We
enough
just
money.
begun. So if I'm hearing what you're telling me, they may say, may not, but they could say, we won't have available money until July of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Is that what we're talking
Oh,
about?
no, it's every year. They.
I know, but if they're on a fiscal year, that's when it's going to be, right?
I forget, this is 22,
Their-
yes.
If they can't
their
fund
year
it-
starts in October.
Huh?
Yeah,
Federal-
federal
Oh,
started in
October.
October, so,
Okay, great.
thank goodness.
Okay.
So, yes.
So they're already then into the funding side of 23.
Yes, sir.
So it really shouldn't be, I couldn't imagine that they would say that being at the beginning of the cycle, that they don't have money to fund this.
Agreed.
Okay,
And then we're
Great.
hoping they'll say, yes, we'll have no issues.
okay. So what do you need from us tonight?
Now, again, that was just information
Yeah.
to
So
keep
so
in the
we're
loop.
clear, the implications are, we may need a different engineer, but if we stay with the same engineer, it's going to cost $110,000 to $125,000 more to do the engineering. The construction cost will be more, and the time for construction will be delayed.
Yes.
Right.
And that's simply because, again, USDA, their engineer has to review the drawings and kind of go through the whole process that we would go through, except it's on their end. And
Right.
Ms. Tara can't guarantee us, but we're pushing when we meet with them that this would be a priority, top of the list, get your engineer on board for it. So,
And given, and it's actually for more than just informational purposes, we need authorization to move forward. And all I can say is, between the sheriff and our engineer and I, we'll do whatever we can to mitigate the extra time and extra cost with our engineer. But I do need authorization to execute the agreement.
oh,
Because if
sorry,
we're going to go with USDA, I got to know y'all are okay with the agreement. If you're not, then I got to go back and,
The agreement with Bay Design?
yes, sir,
my apologies, I misspoke.
that's okay.
So are we locked into those
substantial
numbers at
increase.
this point? Are we locked into those numbers with Bay Design?
Opinion that project design fee will increase on the order of 110 to 125.
110 to 125 doesn't bother me.
Okay.
My question is, we've already told Bay Design we want to move forward with a renovation of the project, and we got numbers from them that support that, correct?
Charlie, would
Yes,
you
sir.
like to run
Correct?
through those numbers? Yes.
Yeah.
Would you run through those numbers one more time?
Yeah, their original soft cost was $321,000. This board at the last meeting approved the structural analysis that was required to meet the risk factor 4, category 4 risk factor. And again, the resources mobilized, we're in the process of that. So that brought it up, that was another $16,000, that brought it up to $336,000. So with the advent, and again, this is if then, if they agree to fund it, that money would be added to the 336, making their total, I want to say it was 480,000 for design. Now, the reason it's, how can I say this? The reason that they've given us a range is if we start design now, based on the approval last month, they could be going down the road, and then once USDA approves it, well, now we're going to have to take a step back, switch gears, change lanes, and go in a different direction because USDA has their requirements. So we're holding off on the detailed design pending getting USDA approval.
And tell me again, or maybe you said it, or maybe I was sleeping, I don't know. I don't think so, but the 110 to 125, why does that not fall under soft cost?
It does, but it's additional as a result of
Well, wait a
USDA
minute.
requirements.
Well, just wait a minute. And I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, I'm hungry, and if I'm combative, I'll apologize up front. I can't remember the number, but I think it was 30% soft cost on the contract? There was a percentage there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. I want to say it was 18%, but I could be wrong.
I apologize if I'm combative too. Matt, how long would it take for us to get an RFP on the street and see if there's an engineer more willing to work with us on this project?
Okay.
I know nobody wants to talk about it, but this is,
Getting it on the street's one thing, getting responses back and reviewing them and making a selection, you're looking at anywhere from a 60 to a 90-day process.
all right, understanding that and knowing that we really want the optionality of the USDA, I'd like to go on the record and say before we work with Bay Design on another project, I'd like to go out on the street. If we're stuck with them on this one, let's keep working on ameliorating the relationship. But as far as I'm concerned, this is a change order before we've even hired them. And they can say that we decided to go look at USDA funding, but if they've ever worked with a small county before on any project of this size or of this scope, it should not be a shocker that we're going to seek cheap funding from the state or federal government.
Well, in terms of that, I'll own my role in this. I know the board wants us to pursue the best value. Sure. Not necessarily the cheapest funding, but the best value. And the USDA happens to be it. I talked with Ted Cole about this, and we don't know of anything with a better rate right now. You saw the VRA pooled rates are marginally better, but they come with strings, well, marginally worse, just marginally worse, but they come with some strings attached. And the terms you saw are at the bottom of the sewer options and scenarios we just looked at. So in order to have my full plate of options for funding, I need to have a good idea of what it's going to cost for my engineer to complete those. And that's why we're here tonight with this, because I've asked for that to be built into the scope and purpose, because I didn't want to get in with USDA and the schools and then miss an opportunity to do the same with the sheriff's office, if that makes sense. I plan on trying to reach David Bushy sometime over the next week. Hopefully have lunch with him sometime next week to discuss that. I may even invite him to our meeting with Tara, just so he gets an idea. I know we're anxious to get started with building this thing, but we owe it to the taxpayers to try to get the best deal we can.
I agree 100%. And I think that, in fact, I was a big proponent of the USDA potential loan. I think Bay Design has done a good job for us in some of the twists and turns that we've had on the sheriff building. That being said, and most contractors and most engineers, Charlie,
I'm taking notes.
and a lot of other businesses, this isn't unheard of for them to say, oh, by the way, it may cost another $125,000 or $100,000 because this is going to happen or this is going to happen. Here's my only concern with that. Yes, it may be an expense, but the difference in the length of time and the interest rate with USDA will certainly absorb that. However, to piggyback a little bit, or hold hands with John, is I think he's right too, in that as far as I know, we didn't do a big exhaustive search on who the county decided to hire, correct?
Followed the procurement process.
We had a fairly, I think a fairly, I'm going to be careful how I say this. We had I think, a very competitive process.
Okay.
Now, the result of that process was we did select Bay Design and a team of other engineers that
Right.
fell in, because I think there was an architect and a mechanical engineer that fell in with them too. It's been several years, and I think we've heard the will of the board, and we'll consider trying to get an RFP on the street. I mean, I've heard enough, I think, where maybe a choice is in order.
Well,
There's also another option. The schools have to go out for an RFP, we heard in the work session, on their architect and engineer for the school project. It's entirely possible that we piggyback with the schools. But that's going to delay us a little bit on the sheriff's office, because we're this far along with Bay Design on the sheriff's.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, my point to that is this. They're a local company.
Yeah.
Which came into the discussion on who we wanted to hire, correct?
And at the risk of sounding like I'm defending them, which is not a popular position as I stare at the five of you all, they've done what we've asked them to do.
I agree.
Yeah, so.
I agree, and they've done several projects with us.
It's been a frustrating process, to be sure, but, you know, we haven't renovated very many buildings of this type, so this is unplowed ground, so to speak.
I get it.
So we're all
I
there
get it.
together on that.
And my only point to that is, and we all in this room know all the players. That being said, to me, from a business standpoint, is I think them as providing a service at a cost to the county, and I'm not asking them to do anything that financially would hurt them, but that's got to be a little better situation between them and between us and between our relationships. And to me, 100 to 125,000, nothing against you, Charlie. And I understand them saying, yeah, well, it's probably going to cost more than that. I'd go back to them and say, you're our business partner here. And we're working on a tight budget, and what can you do on your end? And they won't discuss that until we go to them and say that to them, because like any business, here's my price. You want it? Well, no, that price is a little high. Oh, okay, let me think about that. Maybe we need to go down a little bit.
So I'm sorry.
understand.
I guess what I'm saying, though, is any business that's going to say, you know, your price just went up $110,000 to $125,000 in a letter that they sent us yesterday can come from Urbana to Saluda and field these questions and act like a partner and not just somebody that has a free open checking account with the county. Anyway, I think what you need is somebody to make a motion. I'm willing to make a motion that we authorize the county administrator.
Hold off.
I will hold off on the motion, Mr. Chair.
Wayne, do you have
Yeah,
comments?
I think, I personally think that Charlie and them can go back and negotiate, because when you start the wheels over again, now you're looking at, all right, you got to go bid out again, and then you don't know what the market's going to be like, because, you know, they kind of got us in a bad spot, but I think with negotiating them, you can go back and talk to them, hey, this is not right, the board doesn't like this. You're a local company, we've been dealing with you, we had a lot of projects with you, you can do better. And also, talk to Gordon Jones. I know it's Ben Burton here and Wayne Savage. Talk to the boss man and tell him, hey, you know, we've been doing a lot of business with you here, and you're going to do us like this. And talk and negotiate. Because I hate to see the wheel going again, and then we talk about this money here, and we're going to spend twice as much. So I think we need to go back and negotiate with them, because the wheels are already rolling. Think about it. Now you got to start the wheels over again. It's going to cost more money. And I think if you sit down and talk with them and negotiate them and see the money that the county has been spending with them over the years, I think Gordon Jones will work with the county. Mm-hmm. Go back and talk to them. That's what I feel you should do. Talk to them first and see what they can negotiate. I know them numbers can come down. I know it can. But if you don't ask and just go say, hey, let's start the wheel again and come back and we find out the material then doubled, and this price that we talking about, $110,000 to $125,000, be $200,000 to $40,000 to $400,000. I mean, you know,
let's talk, negotiate with them. That's what I would suggest. You know, I don't know what other board feel. Let's negotiate before we got to start the wheels again and then cost the county more money.
Mr. Chairman, I think I agree very heartily with that sentiment.
What I'm hearing is, I'll call it a consensus, to go USDA, and I just want to put some figures out because I find myself not in that boat, and here's why. If we borrow $4.6 million for 40 years at 3.5% from USDA, our payments are $215,000 a year. That's assuming no capital cost goes up. If we're delayed 9 months, our materials are going up. If we finance $4.6 million at 4.25%, which is the market rate for 25 years that we saw in that packet as being market, our payments are $302,000 a year. So the difference is $215 USDA for 40 years, $302 for 25 years. Total payments to USDA would be $8.6 million for our 4.6 in debt. To the commercial market at 4.25%, our total payments would be $7.6 million. So $1 million savings over 25 years versus 40 years. So the economics, to me, don't tell me that USDA is a compelling choice, and I'm very concerned about us delaying another 9 months. Our sheriff's office is a disgrace, the way it is, the facility that we make them work in. We're not going to be able to get cameras for another 9 months. I mean, everything that is compelling us to get a new sheriff's office is going to push back 9 months, and it's going to cost more. So I can't find myself supporting USDA. I would rather move now with what we know.
And pursue the VRA pooled program?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, Lud, you make some compelling arguments, but I think they're based on assumptions like any arguments that any of us would make. And for us to say that we have strong visibility into what's happening in the next 6 to 18 months, I mean, you have to come down somewhere, and I can see where you come down where you do. Does it cost us anything, Matt, to commit to pursuing USDA? Other than staff time?
It's an if-then statement. If we don't pursue USDA funding, then the 110 to 125 doesn't come into play, neither the bulleted points. What this agreement does is gives us the flexibility.
Right, and so what I'm saying is if in the off chance that the entire economy plummets and suddenly we have more labor than we've ever seen before and prices start levelizing slightly, or any other such doomsday scenario or great scenario depending on where you're standing, it'd be nice to have this in our pocket if it doesn't cost us anything but staff time, which is very valuable, don't get me wrong. But if we're just preserving an option here, I'd like to preserve the option and take this opportunity to engage our engineer to go back to our engineers and ask them questions like Wayne is suggesting. Like, how many times are you going to send us these things and not even come here and tell us? We need to tighten up our partnerships on this project and in projects in general. And it's the same comment that we heard from the public. We need to have a more public-facing, more visible and obvious and transparent progression of building a project. And so at this stage, it costs us almost nothing to preserve the right to go after what I think could potentially be the better funding route. But it's also an opportunity to call our partners, our local partners, which isn't lost on me. I've caught some hell here trying to support local businesses before over $2,000 and $4,000. This is 110 and 125. And it's not the first time, and it won't be the last until we have a better relationship with our engineer, who is local and we should favor to some extent, in my opinion. But when they get so damn comfortable that they can send us a nastygram on Halloween and not show up the next day, I got an issue. So, Lud, your points are valid. I think your numbers, I wish we had a whiteboard in here so that we could write them up there real time and not try to hold those numbers in our head to, because I wanted to poke a hole in it, but by the time you said the seventh number, I was like, I'm just going to have to trust Lud. That's not where I want to be. You know what I mean?
The VRA pooled program is my second option. And I think what leads me to think the USDA is a better overall option is the payment. the payment is much easier to absorb in the budgets. Yes, it's going to cost a little bit more over the long term, but the payment amount over 40 years, you're leveraging a lot of money over 40 years that, well, inflation argument again. But the pooled fund is my second choice.
Yeah, and I think what we're saying is similar to the previous discussion. We have to come up with a strategy, and we have to make a decision. We didn't get much notice. Here's this latest little tweak. But if it costs us nothing, I would move that we go ahead and authorize the county administrator to pursue the USDA funding. We're not committing to using it, but we're leaving that option available to us in case assumptions change to the point where the good chair comes to my side. And in the off chance that I agree with the good chair, then we'll have both options.
Great discussion, everyone.
No, I haven't said nothing yet.
There it is. Sorry, we're at you.
You know, I kind of agree with y'all three guys on, you're off from 110. That's how I look at it. But I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about, the cost that's gone up. And see, I was on a committee with the sheriff's department, and they were saying how they can save money. Everybody else is saying, go to somebody else, borrow the money. Well, that's what we did. We did it on the pumping station. It changed from 1.6 to 4.6. Everybody sitting back behind a sheet of paper pumping numbers. Nobody want to do anything. The sheriff, he's not here tonight. He said it was something he could do to drive costs down. And I don't even know if you can do this. We talking about gutting the building. You're going to take everything out of that building. It's nothing going to be left on the inside but the structure. Why we got to finance this thing for 40 years if we can have another way to clean it up, depending on the loan we get. But if you don't borrow it, you ain't got to pay it back. If we gut that building, first thing we got to do is say, make our mind up that this is what we're going to do. Now, how are we going to do? When we going to go to the loan, or what burden them, I don't know, what they going to do? I mean, really, if we hand them an empty building, then we look at costs, because they're driving the costs. And guess what? I haven't seen nobody driving the costs yet that go up the increase that they are. Is really parts going up as much as it is? Well, we ought to start looking in the paper and look at the gain that these companies are making, because it's sure not paying it to labor. So all of a sudden, they're increasing it to people that is not making a good decision based on it's not going to labor. Parts is go up 50%, go up 200%, but it's still not driving the price like it is. The sheriff's department started out at 1.6. Now, guess what? A bunch of engineers get together in a room and they decide that it's 4.6. And they can't tell me why. Just like at pumping station, Charlie, I haven't got finished with that yet. I want to see a breakdown on what these things cost. John asked for it 2 months ago. I'm going to take my money and you're going to charge me money. I said, well, we're going to gut the building. I think it was $300,000 to $600,000. Sheriff said, well, I can get inmates so we can get somebody to gut the building. Take everything out the inside. That's a saving of $600,000 for 40 years. Because everything is overpriced. They're saying they need the labor, but they ain't charging the labor. We got to look at the parts that they are charging us, because they're not paying the people that's working. They can't get them out of work because you don't want to pay them. So how I'm looking at it is we got to do something. We pushing close to the mark. That's what I'm saying. I don't know about these schools. Anyway, I'm for, y'all guys. See, look, I'm for my boy Don, because I remember first thing on the board, I'm going to say it like this. Don said you got to drive it. I agree with that, because I believe in a little bit of wheeling and dealing and tell you like it is. This is what we're going to pay you. If you don't want it, we check somebody else, John. We ain't got to sit there and beg nobody to take the county money. We want to remodel a county, or no particular person. Let's don't put a name on it. A jail, I'm not a jail. Sheriff's Department, Middlesex County Sheriff's Department. Now, how are we going to do it? Charlie, we hired you, Matt hired you, and you are an engineer. In fact, I like you. But at the same time, it means a lot.
I'd like to second that.
You got to show me some savings, and that's one thing I'm looking at. I mean, how you want financing and stuff like that. I'm looking at total cost. Can we do a breakdown and what we can do ourselves? And Boucher had admitted to they could gut it. You go mark everything out the inside and you gut it. Then somebody come in and give us a price on how to put it back. I don't even know, no idea what the savings could be. I have no idea, because it changed the whole ball game altogether. But we got to finance it, because our money is funny. So you just haven't seen it yet. Money is funny, John. Okay. Well, that's all I got to say,
And I think if the sheriff was here, he would say, guys, get moving. I've been messing with this thing for so damn long. What's going on? So let's make a motion to preserve this option and allow the administrator to go forward with the USDA. We're not making a commitment at this point. We're just leaving our options open. So that would be my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Kuntz, seconded by Mr. Jesse, to authorize the administrator to pursue the USDA financing.
Well, to have the option of doing
To have
that.
the option.
If I may, and pretty much go along with us.
That is my motion if Mr. Jesse will second.
I mean, I think we're gonna go back and negotiate a little bit more too.
Yeah.
That's a given.
He's already seconded the motion. Well, he was amending it a little bit, I think.
I'm sorry, I just wanted it clear.
Okay, any other discussion?
I guess I would just ask if the county attorney is comfortable with that motion and that second.
Yes, if Mr. Jesse's seconding that amendment, that's fine.
So
second it, yeah.
There you have it.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Kuntz.
Aye.
Mr. Harris.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Jesse.
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough.
No. Not yet.
I even said good chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can we get a
We can
5-minute
take,
recess? Yeah.
yeah, we need a break until 10 minutes after 6. We'll recess.
Fine.
We just turn on.
For the next 30 days. And we hold coordination meetings with HRSD and their engineer, as well as coordination meetings for the county. So we attend their meetings so that we know what's going on. We hold our own meetings, coordination meetings for the county. HRSD attends and then keeps us and our engineer of record, Timmons, in the loop so that they can coordinate with everything they're doing. So that's all I have. Any questions?
No questions? By me?
I got a question. It'd be a snowstorm if I didn't ask a question.
And then you gotta say, this is my last one.
Yeah, this is my last
I
one.
had a lot to add to what he just said, but for the sake of brevity, I'm going to leave it alone because I've made some of those remarks earlier. Go ahead.
And you may have to answer this question. Where are we currently with the cost of the project? Can you give me something?
I can. We submitted our applications for Deltaville phases 1, 2, and 3, for Hartfield, for Topping, and for Saluda. And I think the total cost is 22 million.
That's construction cost.
Construction costs, I'm sorry.
Be careful with that.
And what's the estimate of where it's going to come in? Final.
That's one of the, I'm sorry.
Is that one of the?
That's one of the things we're working with Ken on, to really pin down the right-of-way and easement costs and other cause to give you a solid number. I'm very hesitant to put numbers out that
Okay.
get in the paper and then
Okay.
it's not a final number.
Okay.
No offense, I'm not singling the paper
No, I
out here.
get
It's
it.
just
I get it.
people leave the room, they hear a number, and then,
I know.
yeah.
I know. Okay. Let's see, I had one other question with that, which was, time frame with the project. Are we still on time with that? Of when we project?
As of today, yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can I elaborate on that?
Please.
I'm sorry, I know it's time and I know it's late, but we have a little buffer there because we can't really turn these sewer systems on until we have the interceptor main, until HRSD has the interceptor main constructed to York County or to Matthews County. We have a small amount of capacity at Cook's Corner that we can turn on because that temporarily gets pumped back to this treatment plant. And we'll be coming back to the board as that project progresses to probably connect the county facilities and/or customers out there who have the greatest need. For instance, we've got good drain fields. We don't have to go on it right away, but there's a couple of businesses out there that may need it more than us. And of course, the workforce housing project's there. So there's a small finite capacity that we kind of had in that project to support the brew pub and to support the workforce housing that we can turn on once that system's complete October 2024. The rest of that interceptor main project won't be complete until now, I think they're estimating January 2025. So even if we finish all of ours, we can't turn them on until January 2025.
And that may slip.
And that may slip.
Okay.
Any other,
Is the jail hooked up to Hampton Sanitation, or they got their own? They all hooked up. The jail is hooked up to Hampton. Okay. I'm
Hampton
just trying- I was
Sanitation
trying to
runs the
remember.
plant down there.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
just trying to remember. Okay, all right.
They're gonna put here and then go
Pump up
back
and go
down.
down there. All right.
We just need them to identify the manhole versus Any other questions?
Thank you.
thank you, Charlie. Okay, next is the airport project update. Mark?
Good evening, everybody. By the way, as a note of personal privilege, I was the city attorney in Winchester years ago, and in 1997, Dan Siegel hired me to come to Richmond.
Huh.
It's a small world.
So you're saying he's been practicing since the late 1800s?
Where's poor Dan?
I started in the middle of last century. So anyway, first of all, there is a resolution consideration of approving the application easement agreement with Chris and Catherine Putt. They have signed the agreement for the navigation easement. This is good news. It gets this one taken care of. And that is for $30,000 for that easement. And so, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if you have any questions about that easement, I'm happy to answer. We do have in the agreement a provision that does survive the execution of the easement, that for 5 years, if they have complaints about aircraft flying over the property, that the county, will assist them in filing those complaints, or whoever can assist them. But in any event, that's the only thing that's sort of out of the ordinary about it. Otherwise, it's fairly straightforward. Let's work together on it.
So, Mr. Chairman, the only clarification I was at is, I apologize, the resolution I don't have in here, but what we did put in was the purchase agreement, which has been signed by Mr. and Mrs. Putt. So, Mr. Flynn and I are seeking action by the board to accept or authorize the chairman to sign that purchase agreement. And you've also received a draft deed of easement for the abrogation easement in your packet. So it can be a combined motion authorizing the chairman to sign the purchase agreement and the following deed of easement.
I'll make that motion for both of those.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Williams. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz is not present, and Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
And the other matters, I think, will take up after the closed session.
Yes, we'll be discussing the remaining navigation easements under acquisition of real property in closed session. So that leaves the newest matter that you have, Mr. Flynn, the amendment to the comprehensive agreement, I believe it is. Thank you. Oh, no, I thought we could do the amending comprehensive agreement now. My understanding is that we're doing it for, the state has requested it, but essentially the way it works, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Flynn, my understanding is that, as you stated to us in the memo, that Delaware Corp only receives the amount it actually expends. So it would probably be prudent to just go ahead, I think, to go ahead with this, if that's
Isn't
okay.
part of that includes the easement cost though, right?
It
Yes,
does, and
yeah,
it,
So,
Okay.
you'll recall back in June, the
However
board
you wanna do it,
amended the comprehensive agreement from 1.3 million to 1.5 million. That was based on increases in construction costs, materials and all of that. Well, then, since then, the things that have come up that are new or out of the control of the contractor, the new things are, is the original deal, the original thought was to replace, basically take the old runway lights and move them to the new runway. They're incandescent light system, they're old, those things cost the county a lot to maintain over time. So the Department of Aviation was interested and suggested, I think they really initiated a lot of that, to use new LED lighting, which costs more to install, but in the life cycle of the lights, going to cost a lot less electricity, a lot less failure, having to go out and change bulbs. And then the other new thing on that is a precision approach path indicator lights, which are lights that, as you're coming in on the proper glide path, when you're a pilot landing either direction, you'll see red over white if you're on the right glide path. If you're too high, you'll see white over white. These are bright lights that shine through bad weather. And if you're too low, it shows red over red. And pilots say, red over white, you're all right. White over white, you'll never alight. Red over red, you're dead. And I will say that as a pilot, that's a significant safety increase. Those lighted PAPIs is what they're called. So then we got the lights. The PAPIs are 125,000, a little over. The LEDs, LED lights, 39,000. Then there are the costs for the plantings along the Perkinson Trust property. You have a quote in the neighborhood of $14,000, I think it is. And then the navigation easements, based on yesterday's calculations, were $75,000, which came up to $253,523 extra. Because the contract was set up that the county's responsibility to turn money over to Delaware Corporation is only to turn over the money that the state funds, then if you had $10 million, not that you could, but if you had $10 million and it was 1.75, that's all you would be responsible to Delaware Corporation for. So as a result of that, for a little bit of pad, and it just, I mean, maybe you could avoid coming back for another amendment later. I recommended amending the comprehensive agreement up to 1.8 million, so it's another $300,000. It's currently at $250,000 more than that 1.5 really. So that's, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that's the rationale. The Department of Aviation did make it clear they want to see the sponsor has agreed that these are the amounts they're willing to pay, that it's willing to put up itself. The Department of Aviation is sort of indifferent to Delaware Corporation. He's not the department's problem. The county, their relationship is with the county. And I'm like, I don't mean he's the problem, at least. It's just that the department says that's your issue. Ours is with you. We want to see you, county, standing up to do this.
Mark, real quick, and Mr. Perkinson's here tonight. He's still here, so he's still interested. This increased amount does include an amount for the plantings.
Yes.
I wanted to make sure that that was included. And has Delaware Corporation decided that that is going to be their responsibility to complete?
Oh,
Okay, well, then we got to work on that.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I will say that as the county's representative in this to Delaware, to Oscar, I mean, I've made it very clear that that's his responsibility. And, you know, the rationale is, in the comprehensive agreement, his obligation was to obtain all necessary approvals. Well, probably the major approval, other than the Department of Aviation, was the Department of Environmental Quality.
And Department of Historic Resources, right?
Really based on what the Department of Historic Resources required, DHR required that planting in order to get their approval, which means that you couldn't have gotten a GD2 approval, which means you couldn't, the Department of Aviation couldn't have refunded any money. So it's you know, couldn't have gotten there without those plantings.
Okay.
And it's all part of water.
So I believe you're seeking action from the board adopting the resolution amending the comprehensive agreement dated June 1st, 2021 between Middlesex County and Delaware Corp. Is that correct? Yes. And again, the Delaware Corp has to submit what he actually spends. So you've done the 1.8, but that does not mean that's actually what's going to be the reimbursement, because we've had a little bit of fluctuation there, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve the rest of the navigation easements and not have to come back again. Thank you.
Okay, and just for clarity, these funds that we would be turning over to Delaware Corporation would be funds that were reimbursed to the county from the state?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not putting up any upfront funds.
Sorry?
We haven't been putting up any of the upfront money. I mean, he does the work, he submits an invoice, I turn it into the state, get money back, and
I
goes
never
back to
tire
him.
of hearing that, Betty.
What's that? No money?
Entertain a motion as our council has made.
So moved. I second it.
A motion by Mr. Williams, second by Mr. Jesse. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coontz is absent. Mr. Harris?
Aye.
And Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, next up is citizen appointments, and we have an additional application in our packets.
Betty, this is your last one. So if you could do it with like maybe some jazz hands.
So we've received a last-minute application from Ann Jones to be appointed to the airport committee. So we have one position that is vacant, currently with 4 applicants.
And my recommendation is Ann Jones. She's a resident of the area. She's been there for 17 years. She goes to the church. She stays right down on Lockheed's Road, and she's a nice lady. So I recommend her.
Is that oh, I can't talk, there's too many.
Oh, okay.
Is that a motion, Mr. Williams, to appoint her?
Yes, a motion.
And I'd like to second that motion, but also I'd like to say Ann Jones is very critical, and not critical, but she's also deals with Wings and Wheels. Her and her mother, Joan Curtis, set up all the packages for Wings and Wheels, and they set all that up all the time. So she's very interested in, being a good neighbor in that area. And I don't know, are there any more women on the airport committee? There not any? And I think it's good, I mean, and she definitely I also talked to her too, because I know the family and everything. And I think she would be a good compliment to the airport committee. That's my second.
All right, motion by Mr. Williams, second by Mr. Jesse. Any more discussion?
I guess just for the record, or maybe one of you can enlighten me a little bit about Eric Deagle. I'm not familiar with that gentleman. Do y'all know him? No?
I've heard that name. Is that what the Deagles down in Delta area?
I don't know. He's connected with the sheriff somehow. The sheriff uses him to fly the drones, if the sheriff needs a drone. I know he does that, so.
Okay. And we do have, just for the record, two people on that list because of some, what's the word I want, attorney? Heather?
I think you have some two new blood. You got some new blood on there. And then some of the other people might be involved currently in transactions that maybe complicate their appointment at this time.
The appointment at this time. Thank you very much for helping me with that.
Well, you're welcome.
Okay, that's all I got.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Next is a request from the Deltaville Community Association to waive the, Betty, you've got this.
Yeah, this would be a request to waive the plumbing permit fees for the Deltaville Community Association for 2 of their water connections that they have. So those would be $51 each, for a total of $102.
So moved on the motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Williams. As a participant in the Deltaville Community Association, appreciate the support there. They, as I think you all are all aware, are 100% contributions and provide many amenities for the county and one of our major tourist attractions, which is the ballpark. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries. Next up is VACO voting representative for the upcoming VACO meeting, their annual meeting. Wayne, you have served us in this role for quite some time. Are you willing to carry on?
Yes, I'll serve as voting credential, yes.
We need a motion and a second. Do we? I guess. Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Williams, second by Mr. Harris. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Jesse?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Yes. Thank you, Wayne. All right. Staff reports.
I will try to be as brief as possible. You have the staff reports in your packet, so I will answer any questions you may have on those, but I won't kind of go over that bit so much. I wanted to fast forward a little bit to the draft budget calendars and review those with the board and maybe seek some guidance. I've spoken to a couple of you already just because you'd stopped by the office and we were discussing other things. You have in your packet 2 budget calendars. One starts on page 90 and the other starts on page 93. The reason there are 2 is you have an option this year. I was working with Betty, and every year the Commissioner's Office and the Treasurer's Office has asked that we do anything we can to give them a little bit more time to approve the budget earlier so they can get bills out and take care of certain things in the spring to give them a little bit of a buffer. In light of that, I have prepared 2 draft budget calendars. One is the normal budget calendar. Everything stays the same as last year, with the exception, of course, of the dates. So it's basically the same days, but with a different date. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time reviewing that. I can spend more time next month, given time to walk the board through this. What I would direct the board to is the second option that begins on page 93, which is indeed an expedited option on budget adoption. We can kind of glean 2 weeks off the process, essentially by shifting our latter work sessions to the same day as when we meet with the school board and receive their presentations, and hold one additional work session during the month to finalize the budget and send the budget to advertisement. In a sense, the biggest change in this is what we normally do on March 7th, we do on February the 14th, and either the 21st or the 28th, depending on when the board can finalize the budget. We send it to advertisement, and then we can adopt earlier, some 2 weeks earlier. I think the normal adoption would have us adopt the budget on April the 27th. This expedited version has the board adopting the budget on April the 13th. So we, in a sense, gain 2 weeks. And I can go in greater detail on this. Essentially, the biggest changes I've highlighted, that didn't really come through too well in your packet because it's just darkened. But the biggest changes are we're moving some of our work sessions into doubling up on the school board meeting. Let me back up and spend a little bit of time on the 14th. Historically, we've met with the school board on the 14th. They've given us their presentation. What the expedited budget adoption would do is it would move the work session that's normally held in March, on March 7th this year, to February 14th. We open at 1 p.m. We conduct the work session as normal. We give you preliminary county revenue projections, etc. And we also review county expenditures. Then we meet with the school board at 4:30 that afternoon, and then we have dinner at 6. Now, I think I've explained this to a couple of you about, but it deserves to be explained to all. We have deliberately tried to wait until the March timeframe to give revenue projections because we have a better picture of what the state's doing at the General Assembly. We have a little bit more data from the state generally. So waiting has proven beneficial in years past. In recent years, the state has taken a lot longer for obvious reasons. There's a lot more debate, there's less consensus, and we've had to pretty much go forward with budget projections as best we can, based on our revenue projections as best we can, and heretofore, we've done relatively well with that. Like this year, for instance, I used the constitutional officer's budget that we were approved last year, knowing that the state wasn't talking about cutting any. And as we anticipated, the state did a little bit more, but we used the worst-case scenario, so we were fine by adopting the budget before all of that was finalized, or had advertised before it was finalized. So in my opinion, we don't lose much by moving up a couple weeks, by getting that revenue picture to you in February so y'all can deliberate, talk a little bit more, maybe have a couple of tentative work sessions in February that we would normally have held in March. And then by March 21st, you have a consolidated budget, which normally comes a little later at the April meeting. And then you send the budget to public hearing at the end of March as opposed to middle of April. Was that complicated? I tried to rush it a little bit, but if you were to ask me my recommendation tonight, I'd recommend you adopt the expedited budget schedule and we can give it a try this year. And if you don't like it, we can always adjust on the back end. But given what I think Heather may be briefing us on a little bit tonight or in December, the recent law changes at the General Assembly, which compel localities to designate official meeting times and stick to them a little bit better, having a budget calendar like this adopted where we can get to the public and to the media is that much more important. If there are any questions, I'm sure you have plenty. Because I'll rush through
I
them.
got one question. Bring it back to where February, February
14th?
Yeah, so suppose I want to take my wife out for dinner on Valentine's Day.
I know.
Hey, well, why would you put Valentine's Day? I just asked the question. I may not take her out, but just think about it.
Well,
I
commend you,
you're a
Mr.
single man.
Jesse.
I know you're a single man. Okay.
I
all right.
commend you, Mr. Jesse. You're on to me. That was my excuse.
So I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out there. Why February 14th?
Well, it's because
Could it be
that's...
February 15th? Could it be
We
February
could.
16th? Could be?
We could.
I just asked the question.
We could indeed. It's the day we've done it historically with the school board. It just happens to fall on Valentine's Day. But you're right. You're a better man than me. You want to take your lovey out for dinner. I get it. We're not married to the idea of even having dinner with the school board that night. That has yet to be really determined. I mentioned this to Tracy, and she said, yeah, we probably would want to do it the way we've done it in the past, have dinner after we're talking. But for anybody who wanted to go out to something a little bit more fancy with their loved one, I'm satisfied staff would not have a problem with that.
Why don't we change it to the 15th?
Thank you.
Any reason not to?
I'd have to talk with Tracy.
Spot on, Wayne.
Okay. So I'll highlight that potential change. Well, I'll do it. I'll do it on mine.
Any other comments?
I like 15th too.
Do we need a motion?
None of the ladies in the office picked up on that, Wayne. I just want to let you know. You're the only one picked up on Valentine's Day.
I did. I saw it. I saw it.
We need a motion for this?
I would ask for one, just that we get it solidified, and then I can go through it in greater detail in December when we have a little bit more time.
Well, and this also sets dates that the budget requests are due back from the.
That's right.
From the agencies and departments, and it sets that February 10th meeting, because we'll put that in the memo that goes out to the agency, later this month, we'll be sending those out. So if we can at least agree on the 10th and
The framework.
yeah.
Yeah, well, and to add to what Betty's saying, if we needed to, for whatever reason, say the board comes in and convenes at their organizational meeting in January and decides they want to meet on Wednesdays as opposed to Tuesdays, we can affect that change on the budget calendar at that time too. There's a little bit of flexibility. The only thing I don't have a lot of flexibility on is if you move it to Thursday or Friday, because that gets into the newspaper schedule. So it would take a little bit of coordination with our friends at the Sentinel. But yeah, I'll make note of the 15th and let Tracy know that as well.
Okay.
So is there a motion? Motion to adopt with the change?
I'll make the motion we adopt the schedule and change the date from February the 14th to the 15th.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Harris. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse,
Aye.
Mr. Harris,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye. Motion carries. And just a comment, the staff report was very informative. Thank you for that. That's really helpful.
Next, Mr. Chairman, you have in your packet a scope of work and professional fees proposal from Mr. Charles Hartgrove. He is the Executive Director for the Weldon Cooper Center for Public Service. He came highly recommended to us by the Director of VACO, Mr. Dean Lynch, and he is very experienced at conducting retreats and group facilitations for boards wishing to hold a retreat. We have not held a retreat, I think, in 4 years, Wayne. Is that about correct? It's been 4 years. It's been a while.
We had one with Bill Whitley down in I want to say at the Hampton Inn.
Was it Bill Whitley or was it, oh, okay, well, getting off the edge. In any event, given discussions of the board and a number of, thoughtful actions y'all need to take, I think it was discussed about the possibility of having a retreat with the ultimate goal of creating a prioritized list of goals and strategic objectives that the board would like the county attorney and myself to meet and to try to focus upon, as well as general issues facing the county. Mr. Hartgrove, like I said, came very well recommended. His fees are in line with what I think others charge. And with the board's pleasure, I'd like to move forward with setting a retreat time. Now, the date that he had available in November was November 18th. And I think it would probably be very beneficial for the board to have this retreat before the holiday seasons really get kicked off and people have vacations and people are off and whatnot. Otherwise, it'd probably push this out to next year. And of course, the Board of Supervisors has a strategic goals session built into their budget calendar on January the 6th this year. And having this retreat done prior to that, I think would be very fortuitous and very beneficial. I did not kick it again, Kevin.
Kevin, it's on.
Oh, it went out again?
Yep.
Okay. Entertain a motion to proceed with the retreat as proposed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Williams. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris.
Aye.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Jesse.
Aye.
Mr. Kimber.
Aye. Matter carries.
All right, last thing I had, Mr. Chairman, I think at your seat tonight, and maybe VACO conference. At your seat tonight, you have, I think, your registration for the VACO conference. Please keep a hold of that, because you probably will need that number for the Association of Counties Conference, which begins on the 13th and 15th. I've also asked that additional information be given to the board about possible certifications and institutes and training opportunities. It's been my recommendation in the past that the board, if they can and if their schedule allows, avail themselves of as many of these training opportunities as practical, as much for the training as for the networking and meeting other board members from the surrounding counties and other parts of the state. I've often found in working for various boards and city councils, you learn more from one another sometimes than you learn from really any other source, because all of y'all are doing the same thing and you have different ways that, cutting that apple sometimes. And I've always been amazed at great ideas that come from these conferences and training opportunities when we find out what other counties do and how they solve their problems. So just want to highly recommend the board consider that. And that was all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Madam County Attorney.
No, sir, my reports are incorporated into the staff report at this time.
Well done, thank you. Matters presented by the board. We'll start with Mr. Williams. Would you like to go first?
Well, I talked to Maryland South about the museums, and it was pretty interesting. We had another gentleman there with us, and the problem they got with the museum in this area is that they don't have no room. I mean, everything in there is crowded. You can barely see the information for the information to have. It's a lot of history there, and it's a lot of history in the courthouse that had me moved up, that's locked up. So I say you need space. I told her she needs space, and she should be, I thought she spoke tonight, but she must didn't come in. I got here late, but I talked to her about it. I found it very interesting because if we got a lot of information and things like that, I think it should be out there and so people can read it. One thing I picked up when I was there about, I don't know, maybe 6 months or more ago, and I was reading something they had in there that was talking about Middlesex High School in St. Clair Walker. And it was pretty interesting because I had a group of, 6 or 7 year old, and was looking at the year that they was built and the year that Millsix Training School changed to St. Clair Walker. And I found it very interesting, sat there, and I said, wow, I didn't know this, because my mother went to Millsix Training School, and which was later on changed, that people know 1948, 1949-ish, and I found information. But in other words, I said that things are in the museums. In fact, I told her like this year, because you know what I mean, I said it'd be a good thing you go put more parking at the high school, make a museum of it. and she got a laugh out there, but I kid sometimes when I say things, but I kind of like have a little sense to what I say. Sometimes I mean it. And our second meeting I went to, as all the board did, they went to met with the school board, and they gave us 3 proposals, to tell us, make our mind up on the 3 proposals that they gave us. And like any other information, I'm pretty straightforward to a high. I look at things, and they said, $41 million to go through 3 proposals, and I'm finding out now, I'm finding out things that it's good to know what you know when you speak about it. And sometimes what you see is not really what you see. So I'm gonna leave it on that note, but I just found out it very interesting. So I guess I got other ideas, but we got to do the best thing for the taxpayers, and that's going to come back to the best buck for the dollar. So I learned that. I missed my planning mission meeting because I had something else to do at the last minute. That's about it.
Thank you. Don? Wayne?
Went to the PDC Planning Commission meeting, and also they're still talking about the municipal dredge. That's still going.
Good.
From the Port Authority, and they just gotta weed out some of the money, put it that way, to get it straight for the different localities. But definitely they will have the PDC will have a dredge, and it'll be moved around from locality to locality versus traveling up and down the road. And I think it would save the state somewhere. I think, really, normally each county would have to pay about, it costs $1.5 million, but if you have a dredge that you can just move around, it'd be like $5 million. 500,000 versus 1.5 million, put it that way. So that dredge would just be moved from county to county as these creeks fill in, and they just move back and forth. So you have, basically what you gotta pay for is down the road is the workers.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, that's what you have to pay for, the workers for this new municipal dredge. And as you know, the 4th and the 5th, right? Oyster Festival this weekend. So that's coming up, and the weather's gonna be great, and I think it's gonna be mobs of people, and a lot of nonprofits gonna make a lot of money. All right, that's it.
So we all attended the school presentation about the investment into the school renovation options. I continue to attend the regular EDA meetings, and the last meeting, there was a draft presented of the EDA strategic plan that they've been working on for a number of months. They've had participation from everybody on their team, and I think it's shaping up to be something that's quite exciting. I think they're going to be in a position to really drive some great development, economic development within the county, and they're taking a very comprehensive look at what we need. It's not just lending money to new businesses, but it's being proactive about having training programs, having housing, all the elements that we need in order to have a workforce so that we can grow economically. And then I also attend the Water Authority meeting at their regular schedule. And that's it for matters presented by the board. I'll reopen for public comment, the second.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, we did not set the location for the retreat. If we did, I missed it.
We didn't talk about it.
Do y'all want to do that at the museum boardroom on the 18th?
I would be in favor of that.
I think that's as good a place as any. Okay. All right, so we'll set that, and I'll work out the details with Larry, and we'll plan on 8 o'clock that morning at the Maritime Museum
8:30.
boardroom.
8:30.
Or 8:30.
Well, can you get done with the buses? You want to make it
8:30
9?
Well, we can do 9.
Would 9 be better?
9 is good.
All right, 9. All right, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll reopen for the second public comment period. Anyone wish to address the board? I will close the public comment period, and we have a closed session, and there may be action after the closed session, or likely. So just so everyone is advised that when we come back, we may take action.
I'm sorry, okay. Apologies, I need some coffee. So I don't know that we need to, do you think we need to stay in this room? You need Google Earth?
Stay,
Do you want to stay up here or go downstairs?
wherever you want to meet, it's fine.
Well, it seems like everybody's clearing
I
out.
think a lot of people are leaving anyway. We'll just stay.
Okay. All right, thanks, Larry. So from the board, Mr. Chairman, we need a motion to convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3 and A8. This is for the discussion about the acquisition of real property related to the public airport, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and for consultation with legal counsel retained by the board regarding the specific legal questions about the acquisition of said real property involving the airport.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Harris. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Jesse.
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye.
Anybody's in there. Remember to turn your mics off, please.
Mike's up.
Thank you. All righty. Mr. Chairman, I believe we're reconvening an open session. So to that end, the board needs a motion to certify the following statement, please. To the best of the members' knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted in the motion by which closed session was called was considered or discussed in said closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Williams. Microphone on.
Mr. Williams?
Roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Jesse?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Yes. Motion carries.
All right, Mr. Chairman, as a result of the closed session, a motion is being, I have been instructed to present a motion to the board for its consideration, that the chairman be authorized to sign a retainer agreement, that Mark Flynn and I be empowered to negotiate a retainer agreement to hire Randolph, Boyd, Cherry, and Vaughn in Richmond, Virginia, regarding moving forward with condemnation against Mr. Robert Roberts in relation to the realignment airport project.
So moved.
Second it.
Motion by Mr. Williams, second by Mr. Jesse. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries. Any further business?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Harris. Roll call, please.
This is until your retreat date, I'm assuming.
18.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?